Before we dive in, let me ask you something simple. Where are you listening from right now? What is the landscape around you as you hear this? Perhaps you're at home in the quiet of your room, perhaps on a late train, perhaps lying down waiting for sleep. However you found yourself here, thank you for joining. Drop a comment below and let us know where in the world you're watching from. It helps us understand our global community and always brings a smile to see how far these wandering thoughts travel. Imagine for a moment that the story of humanity is not the first draft but one in a series of rewrites. And somewhere out there, the original authors might decide to step back onto the stage. Hello there, and welcome to Simply About Earth, where curiosity finds a soft corner and questions can rest as easily as dreams. Tonight, we'll wander into a thought that is both unsettling and oddly comforting. What if Earth's first civilization, long vanished or hidden from our memory, will one day return? So, let's begin. Somewhere between fact and myth lies the whisper of civilizations that might have walked this earth before us. Not in the usual sense of ancient kingdoms like Egypt or Mesopotamia, whose ruins and records we can still touch and read, but something even older, older than memory, older than history, so far buried that only fragments reach us. If you find this exploration relaxing or thought-provoking, I'd be grateful if you gave it a like or maybe subscribed, because it helps this quiet corner reach others who might enjoy it too. When we talk about the first civilizations, we usually think of the Sumerians or the Indus Valley people, groups who flourished a few thousand years before Christ. But what if the true first was far older, lost not to the erosion of time but to something more dramatic, something that wiped away almost every trace? It's a question that lingers whenever we find ancient structures whose precision seems to stretch the limits of what we thought early humans could achieve. Take the massive stones of Baalbek in Lebanon, blocks so large modern cranes would struggle to lift them. Or the neatly carved tunnels and temples beneath places like Turkey's Derinkuyu, sprawling underground cities designed with ventilation shafts and communal spaces, as if people had mastered engineering far earlier than we give them credit for. Then there are the pyramids, not just in Egypt but scattered across continents from Central America to Sudan to China, each one rising with uncanny similarity, as though some shared memory guided their construction. Are these coincidences born from human ingenuity repeating itself, or could they be fingerprints of an earlier civilization, whispering through the hands of later builders? Myths often seem to hold the shadow of truth, even if told through symbols. Nearly every culture carries stories of a great flood, of gods or advanced beings who taught humans agriculture, astronomy, or medicine, and then vanished. Atlantis is the most famous, described by Plato as an island civilization with technology and order beyond its time, swallowed by the sea. But Atlantis is not unique. The stories of Lemuria in the Indian Ocean, of Shambhala in the mountains, of forgotten golden ages in Polynesian chants, all suggest humanity keeps remembering something. It also keeps forgetting. If those myths are echoes, perhaps they come from encounters with a civilization so far back, it slipped beneath the sediments of geology, leaving us only legends. And yet, archaeology rarely confirms such tales. The Earth is vast, and the layers of time bury secrets deeply. Fossilization itself is rare. Whole continents shift, oceans rise and fall. An advanced civilization existing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago could have left traces that we simply no longer recognize. Some scientists and thinkers have even posed what's called the Silurian hypothesis, asking whether it's possible to detect a past industrial civilization through geological evidence. Could unusual chemical traces in rocks or strange isotope patterns hint at an earlier round of industry? After all, our own fossil fuel burning will leave behind a carbon spike in sediments, a geological scar that future geologists might read millions of years from now. Consider how long our own creations might last. If humanity vanished today, our concrete and steel cities would crumble within a few thousand years. Within 10,000, forests would overrun skyscrapers, and deserts would sand over highways. Plastics and radioactive isotopes might survive, but little else. In 100,000 years, even those traces would be hard to find. In a million, our planet might appear untouched. So if another civilization thrived here long ago, is it so surprising that their remains are nearly invisible? But if another society had already left such a mark millions of years before us, would we notice, or would we simply interpret it as natural? This thought alone reshapes the question. The idea of Earth's first civilization isn't just mythology, it could also be hidden in plain sight within the sciences we trust most. And so the question deepens, if such a civilization did exist, what became of it? Did natural catastrophe wipe it out? Massive volcanic eruptions, asteroid impacts, or sudden ice ages could have erased them as easily as nature has reset ecosystems countless times before. Or perhaps they destroyed themselves, a fate we sometimes fear for our own species. Advanced technology carries both the power to elevate and the risk to annihilate. If they reached too far, perhaps their ending was self-made. Another possibility is more mysterious. What if they left, not through disappearance into extinction, but departure into somewhere else? Migration not across seas, but across stars. If they mastered technology far beyond ours, the idea that they might have launched into space or shifted into some realm we do not yet understand is not entirely outlandish. That leads to the thought that inspired this journey tonight. If they left, could they return? And if they returned, would we recognize them? Would they appear as beings like us, shaped by the same planet? Or would they have evolved into something entirely different in their exile? Would they arrive as teachers, curious to see what became of their home? Or as judges, disappointed by how little we've accomplished in their absence? It's tempting to imagine them as godlike, wielding technology so advanced it would look like magic to us. But it's equally possible they might be fragile, struggling, carrying only fragments of their once great knowledge, searching for a planet they once called home. The thought is both thrilling and humbling. We often see ourselves as the pinnacle of progress, the first species to chart the stars or split the atom. But if we are not the first, then perhaps our place is smaller, part of a cycle of civilizations rising, falling, and maybe one day meeting again. Imagine a return, the first civilization stepping into our world, finding us surrounded by satellites, skyscrapers, and smartphones. Would they marvel at our achievements or smile knowingly at how familiar it all feels? Would they see us as children stumbling down a path they once walked? We carry stories older than history. We build monuments whose purpose still escapes us, and we stare at the stars with the same longing eyes that countless generations before us must have shared. And then, of course, there's the unsettling possibility that they never truly left. Perhaps their influence threads through secret traditions, hidden knowledge, or even within our own DNA. Some fringe theories suggest that humanity itself may be their legacy, altered or guided into being. Though such claims stretch the evidence, they remain a reminder of how little we know about our origins. The idea of their return, then, is not just about one dramatic event, it's also about how we live now, about whether we're ready to understand that we may not be the first nor the last to walk this earth. If they return, maybe they won't bring answers, maybe they'll bring questions even deeper than the ones we ask tonight. Questions that remind us that civilization itself is fragile, temporary, and always balanced between creation and loss. When we think about the stories humanity tells, it's tempting to place them in a separate category from facts, as though myths live only in the realm of imagination, while history belongs to truth. But myths are sticky things. They don't vanish the way daily details do. They carry through centuries, whispered across generations, embroidered with symbolism, reshaped with cultural details, but stubbornly enduring. And as you think about that, about civilizations forgotten and perhaps waiting, it's worth asking yourself one more simple question. If Earth's first civilization did return tomorrow, how would you want them to see us? Would you want them to see a species ready to learn, or one still repeating old mistakes? Why do they persist so strongly? Perhaps because beneath their layers of gods, monsters, and impossible landscapes lies something we once saw or lived through, something our ancestors remembered, but could no longer explain directly. In that sense, myths may be less like fairy tales and more like fractured memories, blurred echoes of events long past. If Earth's first civilization truly existed, it's possible their shadow lingers most clearly in these ancient stories. Take, for instance, the flood myths. Nearly every corner of the globe has one. The Bible speaks of Noah. Hindu traditions tell of Manu, saved by a giant fish. Mesopotamian epics record Utnapishtim, preserving life on a vast boat. While in Mesoamerica there are tales of a world washed away and remade. In Native American lore too we find similar accounts. How is it that cultures separated by vast oceans all share the same archetype of a deluge? Was there a single catastrophic flood remembered by humanity's earliest survivors? Or was the flood itself symbolic, a cultural echo of an older civilization's downfall? If a first civilization perished in water, fire, or some overwhelming disaster, the survivors, perhaps scattered hunter-gatherers, might have carried fragments of that trauma forward as myth, long after the details were lost. Another recurring pattern is the story of gods or beings descending from the sky to gift humanity knowledge. In Greek myth, Prometheus brings fire to mankind, an act that transforms human life forever. In Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki arrived to instruct humanity in agriculture, writing, and governance. In Mesoamerican legends, Quetzalcoatl is a feathered serpent who teaches astronomy and farming. In Polynesian tales, Maui lifts islands from the sea and teaches navigation. The similarities across continents are striking. If you strip away the divine framing, the pattern becomes one of advanced knowledge suddenly appearing, seemingly out of nowhere. It makes you wonder, could these tales be memories of a first civilization imparting wisdom to scattered descendants after their own collapse? When knowledge is so advanced compared to the people receiving it, it would appear magical. Fire stolen from the heavens, corn given by gods, stars mapped by serpents. It all fits the same pattern of lost teachers and bewildered students. Then there are the architectural legends. The Great Pyramid is said in later Egyptian lore to have been built under the guidance of gods, not men. The stones of Tiwanaku in Bolivia, some weighing hundreds of tons, are attributed by local myths to giants. Easter Island's Moai statues are surrounded by oral histories that speak of beings with powerful mana, able to walk the statues into place. When archaeologists dig deeper, they find human effort and ingenuity. Yes, but the myths may hold another kind of truth. The builders themselves could have been preserving techniques inherited from a much earlier forgotten source. Some of these could be explained as careful oral tradition, but the persistence of precise astronomical knowledge raises another possibility. If a first civilization mastered the sky and passed fragments of that understanding forward, then myths of star gods and cosmic journeys might be echoes of their science. When later societies repeated those teachings without context, the stars became thrones for gods rather than coordinates for navigation. Legends also echo in the sky. Ancient star maps often show alignments far older than the civilizations that drew them. The Dogon people of Mali described Sirius and its invisible companion star with accuracy predating telescopes. In Central America, the Mayan calendar calculated celestial cycles with precision rivaling modern astronomy. Aboriginal stories in Australia described land formations and sea level changes consistent with geological events from thousands of years ago. Imagine you live in a small society after the collapse of something much greater. You might not understand the full science behind the practices you inherited, but you would still preserve them, cloak them in story, and pass them along as myth. Over time, those stories harden into legends, carrying a faint, distorted imprint of the origin. Still, when the same motifs appear again and again across cultures that never met, one begins to wonder whether they are pointing back to a shared ancestral memory. Of course, mainstream historians will caution against overreading. Myths are full of exaggerations, and human imagination is boundless. But imagination usually builds on something. Even the wildest fantasy carries seeds of lived experience. Dragons may not exist, but tales of giant reptiles could easily stem from encounters with crocodiles or the discovery of fossilized bones. The thunder of gods could be a memory of volcanic eruptions, and gods descending from the sky may simply be exaggerated accounts of strangers arriving in boats. Another interesting layer is how myths often describe cycles rather than linear progress. Many traditions speak of multiple ages of humanity, each destroyed and replaced by another. The Hindus describe 4 yugas, vast cycles of time in which civilizations rise and fall only to begin again. The Greeks spoke of a golden age, silver age, bronze age, and iron age, each worse than the one before. The Hopi tell of several worlds, with our current one being only the latest in a series, each earlier world ending in destruction. Could this recurring theme reflect not only spiritual teaching but actual memory of civilizations lost before ours? If we're not the first, perhaps the ancients were already trying to tell us that through the language of myth, that humanity has walked this path before, stumbled, and been reborn. When we look at myths in this way, they become less about superstition and more like cultural fossils. They preserve impressions of events and knowledge too old to otherwise survive. Just as a shell pressed into stone gives us the shape of a creature long gone, myths might be the impressions left in human memory by civilizations erased from the earth. The details are blurred, exaggerated, colored by metaphor, but the outline may still be visible, and unlike bones or ruins, myths can survive endlessly, carried in stories told by firelight, whispered to children, woven into ritual and song. They may be our most enduring archive, one we often dismiss because it doesn't look like science. But science itself is young compared to the age of stories. What makes this idea even more fascinating is how myths sometimes appear prophetic, as though they are not only memories of the past, but also hints at what is to come. Consider the myth of the phoenix, a bird that burns and is reborn from its ashes. At face value, it's poetic, but on another level, it mirrors the idea of civilizations rising, collapsing, and rising again, just as Earth's ecosystems do. Perhaps the phoenix isn't only metaphor, but a coded memory of cycles humanity has endured before. If Earth's first civilization fell and later rose again in us, then their myth lives on in our imaginations, reminding us of what it means to endure destruction and start anew. Even modern stories carry echoes. Science fiction often imagines ancient advanced civilizations leaving behind relics for us to discover, from Arthur C. Clarke's monoliths to countless alien ruin tropes. The theme is the same. We stumble upon traces of something that came before us and feel both wonder and unease. Why do we keep telling ourselves this story? Perhaps because it is already buried in our deepest cultural memory. We cannot shake the feeling that we are not the first. We dream it in myths, we retell it in religion, and we reinvent it in fiction. That persistence alone may be a clue that we are chasing an echo too strong to ignore. If Earth's first civilization does return, perhaps they will recognize the myths more clearly than we do. They might smile at our stories of gods and monsters and say, "Yes, those were us, but you remembered it in your own way." To them, the myths we treat as fiction might be closer to history. Imagine the moment of recognition when stories that shaped our cultures are confirmed not as fantasy, but as distorted recollections of real encounters. That would not only reshape our understanding of history, but of ourselves. If those voices ever return, we may find that we've been in conversation with them all along, only we mistook their words for dreams. And so the stories we tell may be the most important link we have to that forgotten age. While ruins crumble and bones turn to dust, legends persist. They are the thread that connects us to something older than history, the whisper of voices long gone. If you're enjoying this journey through the mysteries of our past so far, please give this video a like. It really helps us know that these explorations resonate with you and encourages us to dive even deeper into the questions that keep us wondering. When we try to imagine an ancient civilization long before written history, the first instinct is to look down. The ground beneath us is not just dirt or stone, it's a library of everything that has ever lived or been built here. Every step we take rests on layers of forgotten worlds. Soil becomes rock, seashells become fossils, bones turn to mineral shadows. If humanity were erased tomorrow, the Earth would quietly record our presence in those layers. In a million years, the signs would be faint, but they would be there for anyone who knew how to read them. So if a first civilization really walked this planet before us, perhaps their faint traces are already under our feet, hidden in puzzles we haven't fully solved. Archaeology at its heart is the art of reading those layers. Most of the time, what we find fits the timeline we expect. Tools grow sharper over time, settlements grow larger, writing appears, metals replace stone. Yet when you add them together, they create a troubling question. Are we seeing accidents of nature, mistakes in dating, or glimpses of something older and forgotten? But every so often, something emerges that doesn't quite fit. A carving that seems too precise, a piece of metal in a layer of rock older than it should be, an underground chamber too carefully designed for the people we believe lived then. These are often dismissed as anomalies, out-of-place artifacts. It forces us to ask, how did hunter-gatherers build such a complex temple, and why did they bury it afterward? Was it the beginning of civilization as we know it, or a remnant of an earlier one, leaving behind its final mark? The stones don't answer directly, but their weight presses against our assumptions. Take Göbekli Tepe, in modern-day Turkey, a site buried for thousands of years before being rediscovered in the 1990s. Massive stone pillars carved with animals and symbols, arranged in circles as though the people who built it were already experimenting with monumental architecture. Yet the site is more than 11,000 years old, predating agriculture, predating what we usually call civilization. Or consider the megaliths at Pumapunku in Bolivia, huge blocks of andesite cut with remarkable precision, some with interlocking shapes that resemble modern machine work. Mainstream explanations credit skilled stonework and ingenuity, which is undoubtedly true, but the question remains, why was such advanced technique used in such an isolated context, and how was it achieved with the tools we believe were available? The ocean holds even deeper mysteries. Much of human history is written on coastlines, yet coastlines are temporary. 10,000 years ago, sea levels were far lower as glaciers melted. Entire landscapes disappeared underwater. If there were settlements there, they are now submerged, hidden in silence. It's possible that what we see is the remnant of a tradition much older than the site itself, carried down by oral memory, refined but never fully understood by those who inherited it. Like children imitating the work of elders without knowing the full method, repeating a puzzle they couldn't entirely solve. Occasionally, sonar reveals hints, stone structures off the coast of Japan at Yonaguni, resembling terraces and steps, submerged ruins near India's Gulf of Kumbar, that appear to be ancient cities, roads and walls beneath the Mediterranean. Some are debated, natural formations perhaps, but others bear the straight lines and right angles that suggest human intention. If so, then we're only glimpsing the edges of something vast, drowned long ago. A first civilization could easily have thrived on coastlines that no longer exist, leaving its greatest cities buried under waves. Even beneath dry land, the puzzles remain. In Egypt, beneath the Giza Plateau, tunnels and chambers stretch farther than most people realize, some never fully explored. In South America, networks of underground passages connect temples and cities, carved as though by a guiding hand that valued secrecy or survival below the surface. In Turkey again, the city of Derinkuyu plunges many stories underground, with room for tens of thousands, complete with storage, stables and ventilation. These are not the scattered caves of refugees. They are the deliberate architecture of people who expected to live below the earth for long stretches of time. Who were they hiding from? And where did they learn such methods? The deeper we look, the more it feels like humanity has forgotten chapters of its own story. Many of these are explained away as coincidence or misinterpretation, but the sheer number of them fuels speculation. Could they be leftovers of earlier knowledge, scattered like broken tools from a workshop no one remembers? Sometimes the puzzle beneath our feet is not architectural but technological. Strange metallic spheres found in ancient rock layers, carvings of objects that resemble modern machines, even maps like the Piri-Reis map of the 16th century, which some claim shows coastlines of Antarctica before it was covered in ice. Imagine discovering a shattered smartphone centuries from now without context. It might look like a polished stone, its true nature unrecognizable. How many such objects have we already overlooked in the soil? The Earth itself often conceals evidence too well. Fossils and artifacts survive only under rare conditions. Entire species disappear from the record as though they never existed, and we reconstruct them only from fragments. If an advanced civilization existed millions of years ago, their skyscrapers and satellites would be long gone. Only subtle chemical traces in rock might remain. It's humbling to realize how incomplete the record is. Our certainty about the past is built on a handful of preserved evidence, yet we speak as though the whole story is known. But would we recognize them as artificial, or would we file them under natural oddities, never suspecting? There is also the question of deliberate concealment. Göbekli Tepe was intentionally buried. Why? Was it ritual closure, or an attempt to hide knowledge from those who came after? Many cultures have myths of sacred knowledge hidden away to be revealed in another age. Tibetan traditions speak of terma, treasures of wisdom concealed until humanity is ready. In Mesoamerica, stories speak of secret records kept beneath temples. What if this is not just metaphor, but memory of a practice used by an earlier civilization? If they foresaw their end, perhaps they hid their greatest knowledge underground, sealed in chambers we have yet to discover. If they returned, those caches might be the first thing they would seek. All of this leads to a strange realization. The puzzle beneath our feet may not be about proving definitively that a first civilization existed. It may be about realizing how fragile our own understanding is. Every shovel of dirt, every sonar scan, every unexpected artifact reminds us that our view of history is provisional, based on what we've found so far, not on what truly happened. We are like detectives piecing together a crime scene with only a few scattered clues, telling ourselves we know the whole story. The missing evidence may lie under the sea, beneath mountains, or locked in stone so deeply we will never reach it. If Earth's first civilization does return, they may walk among our museums and excavation sites with quiet amusement. The puzzles that baffle us may be obvious to them, the fragments instantly recognizable as tools or toys. They might see Yonaguni not as a debate between natural and artificial, but as the ruins of one of their own harbors. They might step into Göbekli Tepe and call it by its original name. They might walk into our universities and tell us we've been asking the wrong questions all along. The ground beneath us may not just hold their ruins, it may hold the bridge between their world and ours, waiting for someone to complete the puzzle. The thought is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests we're not alone in carrying the weight of civilization. Unsettling because it reminds us that all our achievements could vanish just as theirs did, leaving behind nothing but puzzles for someone else to solve. Every stone, every buried city, every submerged ruin is not just a reminder of what might have been, but a warning of what might happen again. Beneath our feet lies not only the past but also a reflection of the future, written in silence, and as we continue walking across the surface, building new cities and telling ourselves the story of progress, we might pause to consider what someone millions of years from now will find of us. The answers are still hidden, waiting for us to keep digging. Will they see us as the first, or merely the latest? Will our ruins confuse them as much as Göbekli Tepe confuses us? Or will they, like us, wonder whether someone came even earlier, leaving only faint puzzles in the dirt? Every time we look back at history, we like to imagine a straight line, First stone tools, then fire, then farming, then cities, then writing, and eventually electricity and computers. It's a comforting picture because it makes our place in time feel like the peak of progress, the natural and inevitable summit of everything that came before. But the further we dig, the more we realize the line isn't so straight. It bends, it loops, it breaks. Knowledge is not always gained, sometimes it is lost. Civilizations have risen, carried skills to remarkable heights, and then watched them vanish into obscurity. That raises a simple but haunting possibility. What if many of the things we call inventions today are really reinventions? What if Earth's first civilization mastered ideas or technologies that we only now are stumbling toward again? Even in recorded history, examples of lost knowledge are everywhere. Take Roman concrete. Structures like the Colosseum and aqueducts have stood for thousands of years, enduring earthquakes, storms, and time itself, while many modern concrete structures crumble in decades. The Romans knew how to mix volcanic ash with lime and seawater to create a material that actually grew stronger when exposed to the elements. Yet after the empire fell, the recipe was forgotten for centuries. Only in recent years have scientists begun to rediscover how it worked. Imagine how many other formulas or methods might have vanished before anyone thought to write them down. If that happened in the relatively recent past, how much more could have disappeared if an advanced civilization existed tens of thousands of years ago? These are just fragments from the last 2,000 years, all pointing to the reality that humans have a habit of losing knowledge as quickly as they gain it. Or think of Damascus steel, the legendary metal of Middle Eastern swords, renowned for its sharpness and resilience. It was crafted through a technique involving carbon nanotubes at a microscopic level. That kind of precision sounds like nanotechnology, yet it was being done by smiths in the Middle Ages. Then mysteriously the knowledge was lost. No one could reproduce it reliably for centuries. It wasn't until modern metallurgy that we even understood what they had achieved. The same can be said for Greek fire, a weapon used by the Byzantine Empire that could burn even on water, terrifying enemies at sea. Its composition remains uncertain to this day, despite countless attempts to recreate it. Now scale that up. If Earth's first civilization truly existed, what kinds of inventions could they have created that slipped completely from our grasp? There are hints scattered in ancient texts. The Indian epics, the Mahabharata and Ramayana, describe weapons of immense power, flying machines called vimanas, and wars that sound eerily like descriptions of modern explosives. The detail is too elaborate to dismiss as simple metaphor. Were these just imaginative stories, or could they be faded memories of technology long gone? In Greek myths, Hephaestus the godsmith forges automatons, self-moving machines and mechanical servants. In Chinese legends, emperors are said to have had mechanical birds and animals powered by gears. Leonardo da Vinci sketched machines inspired by stories of flying devices. Hello there, and welcome to Simply About Earth, where curiosity finds a soft corner and questions can rest as easily as dreams. Tonight, we'll wander into a thought that is both unsettling and oddly comforting. What if Earth's first civilization, long vanished or hidden from our memory, will one day return? Imagine for a moment that the story of humanity is not the first draft, but one in a series of rewrites. And somewhere out there, the original authors might decide to step back onto the stage. Before we dive in, let me ask you something simple. Where are you listening from right now? What is the landscape around you as you hear this? Perhaps you're at home in the quiet of your room, perhaps on a late train, perhaps lying down waiting for sleep. However you found yourself here, thank you for joining. Drop a comment below and let us know where in the world you're watching from. It helps us understand our global community and always brings a smile to see how far these wandering thoughts travel. If you find this exploration relaxing or thought-provoking, I'd be grateful if you gave it a like or maybe subscribed, because it helps this quiet corner reach others who might enjoy it too. So, let's begin. Somewhere between fact and myth lies the whisper of civilizations that might have walked this earth before us. Not in the usual sense of ancient kingdoms like Egypt or Mesopotamia, whose ruins and records we can still touch and read, but something even older, older than memory, older than history, so far buried that only fragments reach us. When we talk about the first civilizations, we usually think of the Sumerians or the Indus Valley people, groups who flourished a few thousand years before Christ. But what if the true first was far older, lost not to the erosion of time but to something more dramatic, something that wiped away almost every trace? It's a question that lingers whenever we find ancient structures whose precision seems to stretch the limits of what we thought early humans could achieve. Take the massive stones of Baalbek in Lebanon, blocks so large modern cranes would struggle to lift them, or the neatly carved tunnels and temples beneath places like Turkey's Derinkuyu, sprawling underground cities designed with ventilation shafts and communal spaces, as if people had mastered engineering far earlier than we give them credit for. Then there are the pyramids, not just in Egypt but scattered across continents from Central America to Sudan to China, each one rising with uncanny similarity, as though some shared memory guided their construction. Are these coincidences born from human ingenuity repeating itself, or could they be fingerprints of an earlier civilization, whispering through the hands of later builders? Myths often seem to hold the shadow of truth, even if told through symbols. Nearly every culture carries stories of a great flood, of gods or advanced beings who taught humans agriculture, astronomy, or medicine, and then vanished. Atlantis is the most famous, described by Plato as an island civilization with technology and order beyond its time, swallowed by the sea. But Atlantis is not unique. The stories of Lemuria in the Indian Ocean, of Shambhala in the mountains, of forgotten golden ages in Polynesian chants, all suggest humanity keeps remembering something. It also keeps forgetting. If those myths are echoes, perhaps they come from encounters with a civilization so far back, it slipped beneath the sediments of geology, leaving us only legends. And yet, archaeology rarely confirms such tales. The earth is vast, and the layers of time bury secrets deeply. Fossilization itself is rare. Whole continents shift, oceans rise and fall. An advanced civilization existing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago could have left traces that we simply no longer recognize. Consider how long our own creations might last. If humanity vanished today, our concrete and steel cities would crumble within a few thousand years. Within 10,000, forests would overrun skyscrapers, and deserts would sand over highways. Plastics and radioactive isotopes might survive, but little else. In 100,000 years, even those traces would be hard to find. In 1,000,000, our planet might appear untouched. So if another civilization thrived here long ago, is it so surprising that their remains are nearly invisible? Some scientists and thinkers have even posed what's called the Silurian hypothesis, asking whether it's possible to detect a past industrial civilization through geological evidence. Could unusual chemical traces in rocks or strange isotope patterns hint at an earlier round of industry? After all, our own fossil fuel burning will leave behind a carbon spike in sediments, a geological scar that future geologists might read millions of years from now. But if another society had already left such a mark millions of years before us, would we notice, or would we simply interpret it as natural? This thought alone reshapes the question. The idea of Earth's first civilization isn't just mythology, it could also be hidden in plain sight within the sciences we trust most. And so the question deepens, if such a civilization did exist, what became of it? Did natural catastrophe wipe it out? Massive volcanic eruptions, asteroid impacts, or sudden ice ages could have erased them as easily as nature has reset ecosystems countless times before. Or perhaps they destroyed themselves, a fate we sometimes fear for our own species. Advanced technology carries both the power to elevate and the risk to annihilate. If they reached too far, perhaps their ending was self-made. Another possibility is more mysterious. What if they left, not through disappearance into extinction, but departure into somewhere else? Migration not across seas, but across stars. If they mastered technology far beyond ours, the idea that they might have launched into space or shifted into some realm we do not yet understand is not entirely outlandish. That leads to the thought that inspired this journey tonight. If they left, could they return? And if they returned, would we recognize them? Would they appear as beings like us, shaped by the same planet? Or would they have evolved into something entirely different in their exile? Would they arrive as teachers, curious to see what became of their home? Or as judges, disappointed by how little we've accomplished in their absence? It's tempting to imagine them as godlike, wielding technology so advanced it would look like magic to us. But it's equally possible they might be fragile, struggling, carrying only fragments of their once great knowledge, searching for a planet they once called home. The thought is both thrilling and humbling. We often see ourselves as the pinnacle of progress, the first species to chart the stars or split the atom. But if we are not the first, then perhaps our place is smaller, part of a cycle of civilizations rising, falling, and maybe one day meeting again. Imagine a return, the first civilizations stepping into our world, finding us surrounded by satellites, skyscrapers, and smartphones. Would they marvel at our achievements or smile knowingly at how familiar it all feels? Would they see us as children stumbling down a path they once walked? And then, of course, there's the unsettling possibility that they never truly left. Perhaps their influence threads through secret traditions, hidden knowledge, or even within our own DNA. Some fringe theories suggest that humanity itself may be their legacy, altered or guided into being. Though such claims stretch the evidence, they remain a reminder of how little we know about our origins. We carry stories older than history, we build monuments whose purpose still escapes us, and we stare at the stars with the same longing eyes that countless generations before us must have shared. The idea of their return, then, is not just about one dramatic event, it's also about how we live now, about whether we're ready to understand that we may not be the first nor the last to walk this earth. If they return, maybe they won't bring answers, maybe they'll bring questions even deeper than the ones we ask tonight. Questions that remind us that civilization itself is fragile, temporary, and always balanced between creation and loss. And as you think about that, about civilizations forgotten and perhaps waiting, it's worth asking yourself one more simple question. If Earth's first civilization did return tomorrow, how would you want them to see us? Would you want them to see a species ready to learn, or one still repeating old mistakes? When we think about the stories humanity tells, it's tempting to place them in a separate category from facts, as though myths live only in the realm of imagination, while history belongs to truth. But myths are sticky things. They don't vanish the way daily details do. They carry through centuries, whispered across generations, embroidered with symbolism, reshaped with cultural details, but stubbornly enduring. Why do they persist so strongly? Perhaps because beneath their layers of gods, monsters, and impossible landscapes lies something we once saw or lived through, something our ancestors remembered, but could no longer explain directly. In that sense, myths may be less like fairy tales, and more like fractured memories, blurred echoes of events long past. If Earth's first civilization truly existed, it's possible their shadow lingers most clearly in these ancient stories. Take, for instance, the flood myths. Nearly every corner of the globe has one. The Bible speaks of Noah. Hindu traditions tell of Manu, saved by a giant fish. Mesopotamian epics record Utnapishtim, preserving life on a vast boat, while in Mesoamerica there are tales of a world washed away and remade. In Native American lore too we find similar accounts. How is it that cultures separated by vast oceans all share the same archetype of a deluge? Was there a single catastrophic flood remembered by humanity's earliest survivors? Or was the flood itself symbolic, a cultural echo of an older civilization's downfall? If a first civilization perished in water, fire, or some overwhelming disaster, the survivors, perhaps scattered hunter-gatherers, might have carried fragments of that trauma forward as myth, long after the details were lost. Another recurring pattern is the story of gods or beings descending from the sky to gift humanity knowledge. In Greek myth, Prometheus brings fire to mankind, an act that transforms human life forever. In Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki arrived to instruct humanity in agriculture, writing, and governance. In Mesoamerican legends, Quetzalcoatl is a feathered serpent who teaches astronomy and farming. In Polynesian tales, Maui lifts islands from the sea and teaches navigation. The similarities across continents are striking. If you strip away the divine framing, the pattern becomes one of advanced knowledge suddenly appearing, seemingly out of nowhere. It makes you wonder, could these tales be memories of a first civilization imparting wisdom to scattered descendants after their own collapse? When knowledge is so advanced compared to the people receiving it, it would appear magical. Fire stolen from the heavens, corn given by gods, stars mapped by serpents. It all fits the same pattern of lost teachers and bewildered students. Then there are the architectural legends. The Great Pyramid is said in later Egyptian lore to have been built under the guidance of gods, not men. The stones of Tiwanaku in Bolivia, some weighing hundreds of tons, are attributed by local myths to giants. Easter Island's Moai statues are surrounded by oral histories that speak of beings with powerful mana, able to walk the statues into place. When archaeologists dig deeper, they find human effort and ingenuity. Yes, but the myths may hold another kind of truth. The builders themselves could have been preserving techniques inherited from a much earlier forgotten source. Imagine you live in a small society after the collapse of something much greater. You might not understand the full science behind the practices you inherited, but you would still preserve them, cloak them in story, and pass them along as myth. Over time, those stories harden into legends, carrying a faint, distorted imprint of the origin. Legends also echo in the sky. Ancient star maps often show alignments far older than the civilizations that drew them. The Dogon people of Mali described Sirius and its invisible companion star with accuracy predating telescopes. In Central America, the Mayan calendar calculated celestial cycles with precision rivaling modern astronomy. Aboriginal stories in Australia described land formations and sea level changes consistent with geological events from thousands of years ago. Some of these could be explained as careful oral tradition, but the persistence of precise astronomical knowledge raises another possibility. If a first civilization mastered the sky and passed fragments of that understanding forward, then myths of star gods and cosmic journeys might be echoes of their science. When later societies repeated those teachings without context, the stars became thrones for gods rather than coordinates for navigation. Of course, mainstream historians will caution against overreading. Myths are full of exaggerations, and human imagination is boundless. But imagination usually builds on something. Even the wildest fantasy carries seeds of lived experience. Dragons may not exist, but tales of giant reptiles could easily stem from encounters with crocodiles or the discovery of fossilized bones. The thunder of gods could be a memory of volcanic eruptions, and gods descending from the sky may simply be exaggerated accounts of strangers arriving in boats. Still, when the same motifs appear again and again across cultures that never met, one begins to wonder whether they are pointing back to a shared ancestral memory. Another interesting layer is how myths often describe cycles rather than linear progress. Many traditions speak of multiple ages of humanity, each destroyed and replaced by another. The Hindus describe 4 yugas, vast cycles of time in which civilizations rise and fall only to begin again. The Greeks spoke of a golden age, silver age, bronze age, and iron age, each worse than the one before. The Hopi tell of several worlds, with our current one being only the latest in a series, each earlier world ending in destruction. Could this recurring theme reflect not only spiritual teaching but actual memory of civilizations lost before ours? If we're not the first, perhaps the ancients were already trying to tell us that through the language of myth, that humanity has walked this path before, stumbled, and been reborn. When we look at myths in this way, they become less about superstition and more like cultural fossils. They preserve impressions of events and knowledge too old to otherwise survive. Just as a shell pressed into stone gives us the shape of a creature long gone, myths might be the impressions left in human memory by civilizations erased from the earth. The details are blurred, exaggerated, colored by metaphor, but the outline may still be visible, and unlike bones or ruins, myths can survive endlessly, carried in stories told by firelight, whispered to children, woven into ritual and song. They may be our most enduring archive, one we often dismiss because it doesn't look like science. But science itself is young compared to the age of stories. What makes this idea even more fascinating is how myths sometimes appear prophetic, as though they are not only memories of the past, but also hints at what is to come. Consider the myth of the phoenix, a bird that burns and is reborn from its ashes. At face value, it's poetic, but on another level, it mirrors the idea of civilizations rising, collapsing, and rising again, just as Earth's ecosystems do. Perhaps the phoenix isn't only metaphor, but a coded memory of cycles humanity has endured before. If Earth's first civilization fell and later rose again in us, then their myth lives on in our imaginations, reminding us of what it means to endure destruction and start anew. Even modern stories carry echoes. Science fiction often imagines ancient advanced civilizations leaving behind relics for us to discover. From Arthur C. Clarke's monoliths to countless alien ruin tropes, the theme is the same. We stumble upon traces of something that came before us and feel both wonder and unease. Why do we keep telling ourselves this story? Perhaps because it is already buried in our deepest cultural memory. We cannot shake the feeling that we are not the first. We dream it in myths, we retell it in religion, and we reinvent it in fiction. That persistence alone may be a clue that we are chasing an echo too strong to ignore. If Earth's first civilization does return, perhaps they will recognize the myths more clearly than we do. They might smile at our stories of gods and monsters and say, "Yes, those were us, but you remembered it in your own way." To them, the myths we treat as fiction might be closer to history. Imagine the moment of recognition when stories that shaped our cultures are confirmed not as fantasy, but as distorted recollections of real encounters. That would not only reshape our understanding of history, but of ourselves. And so the stories we tell may be the most important link we have to that forgotten age. While ruins crumble and bones turn to dust, legends persist. They are the thread that connects us to something older than history, the whisper of voices long gone. If those voices ever return, we may find that we've been in conversation with them all along, only we mistook their words for dreams. If you're enjoying this journey through the mysteries of our past so far, please give this video a like. It really helps us know that these explorations resonate with you and encourages us to dive even deeper into the questions that keep us wondering. When we try to imagine an ancient civilization long before written history, the first instinct is to look down. The ground beneath us is not just dirt or stone, it's a library of everything that has ever lived or been built here. Every step we take rests on layers of forgotten worlds. Soil becomes rock, seashells become fossils, bones turn to mineral shadows. If humanity were erased tomorrow, the Earth would quietly record our presence in those layers. In a million years, the signs would be faint, but they would be there for anyone who knew how to read them. So if a first civilization really walked this planet before us, perhaps their faint traces are already under our feet, hidden in puzzles we haven't fully solved. Archaeology at its heart is the art of reading those layers. Most of the time, what we find fits the timeline we expect. Tools grow sharper over time, settlements grow larger, writing appears, metals replace stone. But every so often, something emerges that doesn't quite fit. a carving that seems too precise, a piece of metal in a layer of rock older than it should be, an underground chamber too carefully designed for the people we believe lived then. These are often dismissed as anomalies, out-of-place artifacts. Yet when you add them together, they create a troubling question. Are we seeing accidents of nature, mistakes in dating, or glimpses of something older and forgotten? Take Göbekli Tepe, in modern-day Turkey, a site buried for thousands of years before being rediscovered in the 1990s. Massive stone pillars carved with animals and symbols, arranged in circles as though the people who built it were already experimenting with monumental architecture. Yet the site is more than 11,000 years old, predating agriculture, predating what we usually call civilization. It forces us to ask, how did hunter-gatherers build such a complex temple, and why did they bury it afterward? Was it the beginning of civilization as we know it, or a remnant of an earlier one, leaving behind its final mark? The stones don't answer directly, but their weight presses against our assumptions. Or consider the megaliths at Pumapunku in Bolivia, huge blocks of andesite cut with remarkable precision, some with interlocking shapes that resemble modern machine work. Mainstream explanations credit skilled stonework and ingenuity, which is undoubtedly true, but the question remains, why was such advanced technique used in such an isolated context, and how was it achieved with the tools we believe were available? It's possible that what we see is the remnant of a tradition much older than the site itself, carried down by oral memory, refined but never fully understood by those who inherited it. Like children imitating the work of elders without knowing the full method, repeating a puzzle they couldn't entirely solve. The ocean holds even deeper mysteries. Much of human history is written on coastlines, yet coastlines are temporary. 10,000 years ago, sea levels were far lower as glaciers melted. Entire landscapes disappeared underwater. If there were settlements there, they are now submerged, hidden in silence. Occasionally, sonar reveals hints. Stone structures off the coast of Japan at Yonaguni, resembling terraces and steps, submerged ruins near India's Gulf of Khumbar, that appear to be ancient cities, roads and walls beneath the Mediterranean. Some are debated, natural formations perhaps, but others bear the straight lines and right angles that suggest human intention. If so, then we're only glimpsing the edges of something vast, drowned long ago. A first civilization could easily have thrived on coastlines that no longer exist, leaving its greatest cities buried under waves. Even beneath dry land, the puzzles remain. In Egypt, beneath the Giza Plateau, tunnels and chambers stretch farther than most people realize, some never fully explored. In South America, networks of underground passages connect temples and cities, carved as though by a guiding hand that valued secrecy or survival below the surface. In Turkey again, the city of Derinkuyu plunges many stories underground, with room for tens of thousands, complete with storage, stables and ventilation. These are not the scattered caves of refugees. They are the deliberate architecture of people who expected to live below the earth for long stretches of time. Who were they hiding from? And where did they learn such methods? The deeper we look, the more it feels like humanity has forgotten chapters of its own story. Sometimes the puzzle beneath our feet is not architectural but technological. Strange metallic spheres found in ancient rock layers, carvings of objects that resemble modern machines, even maps like the Piri-Reis map of the 16th century, which some claim shows coastlines of Antarctica before it was covered in ice. Many of these are explained away as coincidence or misinterpretation, but the sheer number of them fuels speculation. Could they be leftovers of earlier knowledge, scattered like broken tools from a workshop no one remembers? Imagine discovering a shattered smartphone centuries from now without context. It might look like a polished stone, its true nature unrecognizable. How many such objects have we already overlooked in the soil? The earth itself often conceals evidence too well. Fossils and artifacts survive only under rare conditions. Entire species disappear from the record as though they never existed, and we reconstruct them only from fragments. If an advanced civilization existed millions of years ago, their skyscrapers and satellites would be long gone. Only subtle chemical traces in rock might remain. But would we recognize them as artificial, or would we file them under natural oddities, never suspecting? It's humbling to realize how incomplete the record is. Our certainty about the past is built on a handful of preserved evidence, yet we speak as though the whole story is known. There is also the question of deliberate concealment. Göbekli Tepe was intentionally buried. Why? Was it ritual closure, or an attempt to hide knowledge from those who came after? Many cultures have myths of sacred knowledge hidden away to be revealed in another age. Tibetan traditions speak of terma, treasures of wisdom concealed until humanity is ready. In Mesoamerica, stories speak of secret records kept beneath temples. What if this is not just metaphor, but memory of a practice used by an earlier civilization? If they foresaw their end, perhaps they hid their greatest knowledge underground, sealed in chambers we have yet to discover. If they returned, those caches might be the first thing they would seek. All of this leads to a strange realization. The puzzle beneath our feet may not be about proving definitively that a first civilization existed. It may be about realizing how fragile our own understanding is. Every shovel of dirt, every sonar scan, every unexpected artifact reminds us that our view of history is provisional, based on what we've found so far, not on what truly happened. We are like detectives piecing together a crime scene with only a few scattered clues, telling ourselves we know the whole story. The missing evidence may lie under the sea, beneath mountains, or locked in stone so deeply we will never reach it. If Earth's first civilization does return, they may walk among our museums and excavation sites with quiet amusement. The puzzles that baffle us may be obvious to them, the fragments instantly recognizable as tools or toys. They might see Yonaguni not as a debate between natural and artificial, but as the ruins of one of their own harbors. They might step into Göbekli Tepe and call it by its original name. They might walk into our universities and tell us we've been asking the wrong questions all along. The ground beneath us may not just hold their ruins, it may hold the bridge between their world and ours, waiting for someone to complete the puzzle. The thought is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests we're not alone in carrying the weight of civilization. Unsettling because it reminds us that all our achievements could vanish just as theirs did, leaving behind nothing but puzzles for someone else to solve. Every stone, every buried city, every submerged ruin is not just a reminder of what might have been, but a warning of what might happen again. Beneath our feet lies not only the past but also a reflection of the future, written in silence, and as we continue walking across the surface, building new cities and telling ourselves the story of progress, we might pause to consider what someone millions of years from now will find of us. Will they see us as the first, or merely the latest? Will our ruins confuse them as much as Göbekli Tepe confuses us? Or will they, like us, wonder whether someone came even earlier, leaving only faint puzzles in the dirt? The answers are still hidden, waiting for us to keep digging. Every time we look back at history, we like to imagine a straight line, first stone tools, then fire, then farming, then cities, then writing, and eventually electricity and computers. It's a comforting picture because it makes our place in time feel like the peak of progress, the natural and inevitable summit of everything that came before. But the further we dig, the more we realize the line isn't so straight. It bends, it loops, it breaks. Knowledge is not always gained. Sometimes it is lost. Civilizations have risen, carried skills to remarkable heights, and then watched them vanish into obscurity. That raises a simple but haunting possibility. What if many of the things we call inventions today are really reinventions? What if Earth's first civilization mastered ideas or technologies that we only now are stumbling toward again? Even in recorded history, examples of lost knowledge are everywhere. Take Roman concrete. Structures like the Colosseum and aqueducts have stood for thousands of years, enduring earthquakes, storms, and time itself, while many modern concrete structures crumble in decades. The Romans knew how to mix volcanic ash with lime and seawater to create a material that actually grew stronger when exposed to the elements. Yet after the empire fell, the recipe was forgotten for centuries. Only in recent years have scientists begun to rediscover how it worked. Imagine how many other formulas or methods might have vanished before anyone thought to write them down. If that happened in the relatively recent past, how much more could have disappeared if an advanced civilization existed tens of thousands of years ago? Or think of Damascus steel, the legendary metal of Middle Eastern swords, renowned for its sharpness and resilience. It was crafted through a technique involving carbon nanotubes at a microscopic level. That kind of precision sounds like nanotechnology, yet it was being done by smiths in the Middle Ages. Then mysteriously the knowledge was lost. No one could reproduce it reliably for centuries. It wasn't until modern metallurgy that we even understood what they had achieved. The same can be said for Greek fire, a weapon used by the Byzantine Empire that could burn even on water, terrifying enemies at sea. Its composition remains uncertain to this day, despite countless attempts to recreate it. These are just fragments from the last 2,000 years, all pointing to the reality that humans have a habit of losing knowledge as quickly as they gain it. Now scale that up. If Earth's first civilization truly existed, what kinds of inventions could they have created that slipped completely from our grasp? There are hints scattered in ancient texts. The Indian epics, the Mahabharata and Ramayana, describe weapons of immense power, flying machines called vimanas, and wars that sound eerily like descriptions of modern explosives. The detail is too elaborate to dismiss as simple metaphor. Were these just imaginative stories, or could they be faded memories of technology long gone? In Greek myths, Hephaestus the godsmith forges automatons, self-moving machines and mechanical servants. In Chinese legends, emperors are said to have had mechanical birds and animals powered by gears. Leonardo da Vinci sketched machines inspired by stories of flying devices. We tend to view these as fanciful dreams, but sometimes dreams are seeded by echoes of reality. Archaeology occasionally reveals objects that seem out of place. The Antikythera mechanism found in a shipwreck off Greece is a prime example. A complex arrangement of gears dating back over 2,000 years, it functioned as a kind of analog computer, predicting planetary motions and eclipses with remarkable precision. For decades, scholars couldn't believe something so advanced could exist in that era, and yet it did. Now imagine discovering a similar object, but buried in rock layers tens of thousands of years old. Would we even recognize it? Would we call it a tool, a relic, or dismiss it as natural? Perhaps some of the stones or artifacts we've already uncovered are more than they appear, their true function invisible to us. Even the great architectural feats of the past sometimes feel like echoes of lost techniques. The precision cutting of stones at Machu Picchu or the Serapeum of Saqqara in Egypt, where massive granite boxes were carved with accuracy rivaling modern machines, suggest methods we cannot fully replicate with simple tools. How did ancient people move stones weighing hundreds of tons without cranes or modern transport? Ramps, ropes, and manpower are the usual answers, but when you look at the sheer scale, those explanations feel incomplete. Maybe we're looking at the problem the wrong way. Perhaps they weren't using brute force, but techniques we no longer know, knowledge that didn't survive. If so, these ruins are not just monuments but puzzles, hints at technologies we can barely imagine. Lost knowledge isn't limited to materials and machines. Entire systems of science and medicine may have vanished. In South America, the Nazca lines stretch across the desert in massive patterns visible only from above. Were they purely ceremonial, or did they represent something more? Ancient Chinese medicine speaks of meridians and energy flows, concepts still not fully understood, but stubbornly persistent. Egyptian texts describe surgical techniques and herbal remedies, many of which modern science later confirmed. Even indigenous knowledge passed orally often contains insights about plants and ecosystems that take laboratories years to rediscover. If that's what survives, what might have been lost entirely? A first civilization could have mapped the stars in ways we've yet to surpass, could have understood the human body in ways we're only beginning to rediscover, could have built systems of energy or communication that dissolved before our eyes. Consider electricity. We think of it as a modern achievement, yet there are tantalizing hints that it may have been known long ago. The Baghdad batteries, clay jars with copper and iron components, could have generated small currents. Whether they were used for electroplating, medicine, or simply storage is debated, but the fact remains that ancient people may have stumbled upon electric principles. In temples, carvings sometimes resemble light bulbs or other devices, though interpretations vary. If an earlier civilization had developed a deeper understanding of electricity, what would remain after thousands of years? Copper wires corrode, circuits degrade. The materials we rely on today are fragile on geological timescales. The devices would vanish, leaving only myths of lightning gods and divine sparks. Flight is another area where myths hint at lost possibilities. From the Vimanas of India to Daedalus and Icarus in Greece, from feathered serpents to sky chariots, humans across the world have imagined machines that defy gravity. We achieved flight only recently, yet the idea is ancient. Were these purely symbolic, or were they cultural memories of machines that once existed? Some argue that certain carvings in Egypt or Mesopotamia resemble aircraft, though skeptics call them misinterpretations. Still, the persistence of the dream suggests it may have roots deeper than we admit. If flight was once mastered and then lost, the sky itself would keep no record. Even communication may have been more advanced than we realize. Oral traditions insist that knowledge was once shared directly, perhaps through means we would now call telepathy or resonance. Modern science still struggles with such claims, yet physics continually reveals phenomena, quantum entanglement, wave interference, that hint at possibilities beyond what we use daily. If an earlier civilization explored those paths, they may have achieved forms of connection that left no physical trace. All that would remain are the myths of people speaking across distances, hearing the voices of gods, or sharing thoughts in silence. The most unsettling part of this is not just what was lost, but why it was lost. Civilizations don't simply misplace knowledge, they collapse. War, disease, disaster, or gradual decline erases not only cities but the memory of how things were done. A library burns and entire centuries of progress vanish. A teacher dies before passing on their secret, and a craft is gone. Multiply that across a whole world, and it's easy to see how entire sciences could disappear. If Earth's first civilization rose high, and then fell hard, what they left behind might look impossible to us, inventions we can't imagine, reduced to myth and mystery. And yet, there's a strange comfort in this thought. If knowledge can be lost, it can also be found again. We have rediscovered concrete, steel, astronomy, medicine. We are slowly piecing together fragments of the past, not by reinventing everything from scratch, but by following faint trails. Maybe our greatest achievements today are not new at all, but old inventions returning to the surface. Maybe progress is less about moving forward in a straight line and more about circling back, reclaiming what was once known. If Earth's first civilization does return, perhaps what they will show us will not be things entirely foreign, but things eerily familiar. They might reveal techniques for building that explain the pyramids, or medicines that echo what indigenous healers still practice, or machines that resemble the sketches of Da Vinci. We may realize we have been chasing their shadows all along, rediscovering what they once mastered, calling it invention when it is really memory resurfacing. And then we will have to ask ourselves an uncomfortable question. If they once had such knowledge and lost it, what makes us think we will keep ours forever? Our digital libraries, our servers, our fragile power grids, these are no more eternal than papyrus scrolls or clay tablets. If a collapse came, much of what we know could vanish overnight, leaving behind only strange relics and myths for the next civilization to puzzle over. Perhaps that is The cycle, knowledge rises, collapses, and rises again. And maybe, just maybe, we're not at the beginning of that cycle, but somewhere in the middle, holding on to inventions that have been made and lost many times before. When we talk about civilizations that might have come before us, there are names that appear again and again, half anchored in history and half adrift in legend. Atlantis is the most famous, its story woven into Western imagination for centuries, but it is far from alone. Across the world, there are tales of entire continents swallowed by the sea, of great nations that flourished and then vanished in a single catastrophe. These stories are often dismissed as myths, allegories told to explain natural disasters or moral lessons. Yet they persist with such stubbornness and with such uncanny similarities that one wonders whether they are echoes of something real. If Earth's first civilization ever existed, perhaps its memory is preserved in these sunken dreams. The first time we hear of Atlantis comes from Plato, the Greek philosopher writing in the 4th century BCE. He describes it in two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, as a powerful island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Atlantis, he wrote, was larger than Libya and Asia combined, a land of great kings, advanced knowledge, and remarkable architecture. Its people grew wealthy, built palaces, harnessed resources, and for a time lived in harmony, but eventually they grew arrogant, waging war against Athens and other lands. Their corruption angered the gods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, the island sank beneath the sea. Scholars debate endlessly whether Plato was recording a genuine tradition, recounting an allegory about hubris, or simply inventing a story. But his description was so vivid, so detailed, that generations have searched for the lost island. Over the centuries, countless locations have been proposed. Some say Atlantis was in the Mediterranean near Crete, perhaps linked to the Minoans who were devastated by a volcanic eruption at Thera. Others place it in the Caribbean, the Azores, even Antarctica. Each theory tries to reconcile the myth with geology, pointing to sunken land masses, ancient ruins, or unusual maps. Yet none has been proven. Still, the persistence of the search reveals something deeper. Atlantis represents the archetype of a civilization lost to water, and the idea that an entire society, advanced and proud, could vanish almost overnight is not so far-fetched when we consider how fragile civilizations truly are. But Atlantis is not the only tale of a sunken world. In South Asia, there is the story of Lemuria, a hypothetical lost continent said to have existed in the Indian Ocean. The name came from 19th century scientists who, puzzled by the distribution of lemur fossils, suggested there must have once been a land bridge connecting Madagascar, India, and Africa. Though later dismissed by plate tectonics, the idea was quickly adopted into myth and theosophy, with Lemuria described as an ancient homeland of a great civilization, perhaps even the birthplace of humanity itself. In Tamil traditions, there are legends of Kumari Kandam, a vast land south of India that sank beneath the waves, where kings and poets once thrived. Whether Lemuria or Kumari Kandam was ever real, the story echoes the same pattern, a place of knowledge gone without a trace, remembered only in fragments of lore. Further east in the Pacific, myths abound of vanished islands and drowned lands. Polynesian traditions tell of Hawaii, a homeland now lost beneath the sea, from which people set out to populate the islands. In Micronesia and Melanesia, there are similar stories of places swallowed by the ocean. The entire Pacific is dotted with oral histories of lands that once were and are no more. Could these be cultural memories of rising seas at the end of the last ice age, when vast areas of land were indeed inundated? Between 15 and 10,000 years ago, melting glaciers caused sea levels to rise more than 100 meters. Coastlines shifted dramatically, and places where people may have lived were drowned. A civilization thriving along those coasts could easily have been erased, leaving behind only myths passed down by survivors. In the Americas, too, we find echoes. The Maya and Aztec spoke of previous worlds destroyed by floods and fire, each one replaced by another. In Andean legends, Lake Titicaca was said to have been home to great builders before disaster struck. Even in North America, indigenous tribes tell of great deluges and lands lost beneath water. Everywhere the pattern repeats: destruction, submergence, memory. It is almost as if humanity carries a collective scar of watching entire worlds vanish beneath waves. Skeptics argue that such stories are simply common because floods are universal. Rivers overflow, tsunamis strike, seas rise, and people everywhere have experienced water's destructive power. That is true, but it may also be precisely why the myths are so potent. Natural events leave lasting impressions, and when those events coincide with the fall of a society, the memory can echo for thousands of years. The flood myth may not be metaphor alone, but a record of real catastrophes. And when those catastrophes erase civilizations more advanced than we think existed at the time, the survivors could only preserve the memory through story. Consider what would happen if our own world suffered such a collapse. Cities like New York, London, or Tokyo could vanish beneath rising seas. In 10,000 years, their skyscrapers would be gone, their electronics dust. All that would remain are faint traces, perhaps buried under sediment. Survivors might tell their descendants of great shining cities that once stood where the water now is. Over generations, those tales would harden into myths, and to future archaeologists, they might sound like fables, and yet they would be true memories of sunken dreams. Modern science, too, sometimes uncovers hints that feed these legends. Off the coast of India, sonar surveys in the Gulf of Combat revealed structures resembling buildings and streets, dated by some to 9,000 years ago. Though debated if confirmed, they would predate known civilizations by millennia. In Japan, the Yonaguni Formation shows terraces and steps beneath the waves, which some claim are man-made. Off the coast of Cuba, researchers once reported what looked like submerged pyramids, though the findings remain uncertain. Each time such discoveries surface, they fuel the question, how much lies hidden under the ocean, unseen and unknown? The fascination with lost continents also reflects something psychological. They are not just stories about the past, they are mirrors of our anxieties about the future. Atlantis is a warning about pride and collapse. Lemuria is a dream of a forgotten homeland. Kumari Kandam is a symbol of cultural roots. Hawaii is a memory of migration and survival. Each one reflects not only what might have happened long ago, but also what we fear or hope might happen again. They remind us that civilization is fragile, that even the greatest societies can be swallowed in a single turn of fate. If Earth's first civilization ever returns, perhaps they will reveal the truth behind these legends. They may tell us whether Atlantis was real, whether Lemuria once thrived, whether Hawaii was more than memory. They may walk us to places now underwater and say, this is where we lived, this is where we built, this is where the sea took us. Or perhaps they will smile and say that all the names are human inventions, that the truth is both simpler and stranger than we imagined. Maybe there was no Atlantis, no Lemuria, but something far greater, a civilization spread across the world whose ruins now lie drowned in silence. Until then, the stories persist. They are dreams we cannot shake, whispered by cultures oceans apart, separated by time yet united by the same theme. They are the evidence of memory without proof, history without record. And while scholars may debate and skeptics may dismiss, the persistence of these legends suggests they carry something more than fantasy. They are the echoes of a possibility that we are not the first, and that the sea still holds secrets waiting for us to uncover. When people look at the great monuments of the ancient world, there is often a moment of quiet disbelief. You can stand in front of the pyramids of Giza, or walk among the stones of Stonehenge, or climb the terraces of Teotihuacan, and no matter how many explanations you've read, the sheer physicality of the structures overwhelms the mind. They are not only large, they are precise. They are aligned with celestial points. They are made of stone so massive that modern cranes struggle with them. Yet somehow ancient builders cut, moved, and set them in place with techniques that seem almost impossible given the tools we believe they had. It is here that the idea of Earth's first civilization often feels most tangible. Maybe they were not just builders but architects of a kind we can barely imagine, cosmic architects who saw the Earth itself as their canvas. Consider the Great Pyramid. It's not simply a big pile of stones, its base is almost perfectly level. The sides align with the cardinal directions within fractions of a degree. Its dimensions encode ratios that appear again and again in nature and mathematics, such as pi and the golden ratio. Some argue these are coincidences or the result of later interpretations, but when you stand there, the weight of precision is undeniable. We're told the builders used copper chisels, wooden sledges, and manpower, yet the pyramid rose 4,500 years ago to a height of 146 meters, with stones averaging 2.5 tons each, and some much larger. Even if every detail of the construction is explained by human ingenuity, there remains a sense that the design itself carried knowledge far deeper than practical engineering. Who were the architects, and where did their vision come from? Across the ocean in Central America, the pyramids of the Maya and Aztecs rise in step-like terraces, often aligned with astronomical events. At Chichen Itza during the equinox, the play of sunlight creates the illusion of a serpent descending the pyramid of Kukulkan. At Teotihuacan, the layout of the city mirrors celestial patterns, as though the builders wanted their world to reflect the heavens. In South America, the Nazca lines stretch across the desert, vast geoglyphs depicting animals and shapes visible only from above. For generations, people walked past them without seeing the full picture, yet the builders must have understood the scale perfectly. Were these merely ritual works, or were they messages written for eyes that could see from the sky? Further east, Stonehenge and other megalithic sites across Europe stand as silent witnesses to forgotten architects. Stones weighing dozens of tons were transported over long distances and placed in circles that align with solstices and eclipses. The builders left no written record, only the stones themselves, set with a patience and knowledge that defies the image of them as simple farmers. Across the Mediterranean and Malta, megalithic temples rise older than the pyramids, with stones fitted together as though shaped by machine. And at Baalbek in Lebanon, enormous blocks weighing hundreds of tons lie beneath Roman ruins, their origins unknown, as though an earlier civilization laid the foundation before history began. These sites raise questions not only about how they were built, but why. To align monuments with stars requires long-term observation, careful recording, and a worldview that ties human life to cosmic cycles. The builders weren't just stacking stones, they were weaving earth and sky into a single design. This suggests a kind of knowledge that is both scientific and symbolic, both practical and spiritual. In other words, cosmic architecture. The idea that human life is meant to mirror the larger universe, to live in alignment with forces greater than ourselves. If Earth's first civilization existed, perhaps this was their gift, not just structures but the vision to see the planet as part of a larger cosmic order. Some suggest that these monuments are not just aligned with stars but built according to patterns like ley lines or energy grids. The idea is controversial, but it's intriguing. Ancient sites across continents often appear in straight lines or geometric arrangements when mapped. Did the builders know something about the Earth's energy fields? Or are we projecting patterns onto coincidence? If there was a first civilization, maybe they mapped the planet in ways we have yet to rediscover, building temples and monuments as nodes in a global design. Imagine cities and pyramids not as isolated wonders, but as parts of a network stretching across continents, communicating knowledge through geometry and resonance. The precision of ancient stonework also invites wonder. At Puma Punku, stones are cut with right angles so sharp they seem machined, and interlocking joints fit together like puzzle pieces. In Egypt, granite blocks were carved with accuracy that still puzzles modern stonemasons. In some sites, bore holes and saw marks suggest tools beyond what we believe existed. Were these just the results of extraordinary skill with simple tools, or traces of technologies now lost? If the latter, then perhaps we're glimpsing the handiwork of builders who had mastered techniques we can only guess at. The ruins may be their calling cards, signatures etched in stone across the ages. But why build in stone at all? If an advanced civilization once thrived, why not metal towers or glass cities? The answer may be durability. Stone survives when everything else crumbles. Perhaps they knew this. Perhaps they built their knowledge into monuments designed to endure cataclysm. Books burn, machines rust, but a pyramid can last for millennia. Maybe the monuments were meant as messages, archives in plain sight, waiting for future civilizations to notice. If that is true, then we are the audience, and the monuments are the message. We just don't yet know how to read them fully. It's also worth considering the symbolic side. Building on such a massive scale was not just about utility, it was about identity, about saying we are here, we understand, we are part of something greater. A temple aligned with the stars is both a place of worship and a scientific instrument. A pyramid is both a tomb and a monument to geometry. These builders were not simply engineers, they were philosophers, astronomers, artists, cosmic architects blending science and meaning in ways we have separated today. Perhaps that is why their works endure with such power. We look at them and feel something beyond technical awe. We feel connection, a sense that these stones speak to us across time. If Earth's first civilization does return, perhaps their greatest surprise will not be our skyscrapers or satellites, but how little we build in harmony with the cosmos. They may walk among our cities and see only utility, no alignment with the stars, no geometry that echoes natural cycles. To them, architecture might not just be shelter, but a dialogue with the universe, a way of grounding human life in cosmic rhythm. They may tell us that the pyramids and temples were not anomalies, but reminders, lessons in how to live as part of a larger whole. In their eyes we may seem brilliant but incomplete, having mastered technology while forgetting the sky above us. The puzzle of the ancient builders remains unsolved, and perhaps it always will. But their stones still stand, waiting for us to look deeper. Whether they were built by known civilizations pushing their limits, or by inheritors of knowledge from a forgotten predecessor, or by the first civilization themselves, their message is clear. Humanity has always looked to the stars, has always sought to connect Earth with the cosmos, has always tried to build something that lasts beyond a single lifetime. The builders may be gone, but their vision remains etched in stone, silent yet enduring. And so the monuments we see today are more than tourist attractions or archaeological curiosities. They are reminders that we are part of a long continuum of builders, some remembered, some forgotten. They are the echoes of cosmic architects who once shaped the earth in alignment with the universe. If those architects ever return, they may not need to prove who they are. The proof may already be beneath our feet and above our heads, written in stone and starlight, waiting for us to understand. When people imagine archaeology, they often think of dusty deserts, brushes clearing soil from pottery shards, or teams carefully measuring stones at an ancient site. We imagine discovery as a clear and exciting thing, every find adding another piece to the puzzle of humanity's past. But archaeology is not always about what is found. More often it is about what is missing, and sometimes about what is quietly left unspoken. There is a silence around the field that is rarely acknowledged, a silence created not just by gaps in evidence, but by the way we choose to interpret, or not interpret, what lies in the ground. If there was ever a first civilization, this silence may be one of the strongest reasons we cannot yet see them clearly. The record of human history is shockingly thin for a species that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of what we know comes from the last 5,000. Everything before that is largely guesswork, reconstructed from fragments of bone, scattered tools, and occasional cave art. Imagine writing a history of our own time using only broken dishes and a few fragments of text, and you begin to understand the scale of what is missing. The earth buries and destroys nearly everything. Entire cities can vanish without leaving a trace. Forests can overgrow stone walls. Rivers can wash away settlements. Deserts can swallow temples. In 1,000 years, much of our present world could be erased. In 10,000, even the traces would be hard to recognize. Now extend that to tens of thousands of years or longer, and the silence becomes deafening. Archaeologists do uncover anomalies now and then, finds that do not fit neatly into the accepted timeline, tools in layers of earth older than the humans who supposedly made them, carvings that appear more advanced than their time, sites like Göbekli Tepe that force a rewriting of what was possible in prehistory. Each time something like this surfaces, it is debated, dissected, and often explained away. That is not always malicious. Science requires caution, but it does mean that anything pointing too far outside the accepted framework is often ignored. The silence is not only in the earth but in the institutions we've built to study it. If evidence of a first civilization exists, it may be quietly gathering dust in museum basements, dismissed as misdated or misunderstood. There are also practical limits to what archaeology can reveal. Less than a fraction of the Earth's surface has been excavated in detail, and most of it never will be. Entire continents remain largely unexplored beneath jungles, deserts, and seas. Satellite images sometimes reveal patterns of buried cities or roads stretching across thousands of miles, yet excavation is slow, expensive, and often politically fraught. Nations guard their heritage closely, and not every government is eager for discoveries that might rewrite history. Even when finds are made, they don't always reach the public. Academic papers may describe them in technical terms, but the broader story is rarely told. Silence accumulates not because there is nothing there, but because the truth is fragmented and buried. Consider the ocean. More than 70% of our planet is covered in water, and most of it is unexplored. Under those waves lie entire landscapes that were once dry land. During the last ice age, sea levels were more than 100 meters lower, exposing continental shelves where people almost certainly lived. When the glaciers melted, those lands were drowned. If there were cities or settlements there, they are now unreachable to all but the most advanced sonar. Occasionally glimpses surface, structures off India, Japan, or Cuba, but full exploration is rare. The ocean holds its silence tightly. If a first civilization built along those ancient coasts, most of their story may now be hidden under thousands of years of silt and salt water. Archaeology also faces a different kind of silence, the silence of taboo. Some ideas are considered too speculative to entertain, suggest an ancient tool is older than the accepted date, and it may be dismissed out of hand, suggest that myths could preserve real memories, and you risk being labeled fringe, suggest that civilizations might have existed before the known ones, and you step into territory guarded carefully by academic boundaries. That does not mean archaeologists are dishonest. Most are careful, dedicated people. But it does mean that certain lines are rarely crossed, even when anomalies pile up. The silence is partly a defense against chaos, an attempt to keep the story of humanity tidy. But tidy stories are not always true. Even the artifacts we do have are incomplete. Texts crumble, oral traditions fade, symbols are misinterpreted. Think of the Rosetta Stone, which allowed us to finally read Egyptian hieroglyphs after centuries of staring at them in ignorance. Before that, we guessed wildly at their meaning. How many other languages remain unread? Their secrets locked in symbols carved into stone. How many artifacts sit in storage, catalogued but undeciphered, waiting for the right breakthrough? The silence is not only in what we lack, but in what we do not yet understand. If a first civilization wrote its knowledge in symbols we cannot read, we may be looking directly at their words without knowing it. There is also the silence created by destruction. History is full of burned libraries and smashed temples. The Library of Alexandria is the most famous, but countless others have vanished. Every time a library burned, entire centuries of knowledge disappeared. Every time a conqueror razed a city, records were lost. Even in recent times, wars have destroyed museums, artifacts and archives that can never be replaced. Civilization itself erases its past constantly, whether through neglect, greed, or violence. The silence grows louder with each loss. If a first civilization existed, and if their descendants carried even fragments of their knowledge, much of it could have been destroyed long ago, leaving us with nothing but echoes. Imagine walking through a museum with rows of broken pottery, a few rusted tools and some faded carvings. That's the reality of our understanding of ancient people. It's as though we're trying to reconstruct a great symphony from a few scattered notes. We can guess at the melody, but the full song remains unheard. The silence between those notes is immense. If the first civilization's knowledge is hidden in that silence, then we are still deaf to it. And yet, silence is not nothing. Silence is potential, the space where discoveries wait. Every so often, the silence breaks. Göbekli Tepe was buried for thousands of years before it was found. Entire cities lie hidden under modern ones, waiting for construction projects to uncover them. Even in deserts where nothing seems to exist, ground-penetrating radar reveals walls and roads beneath the sand. The Earth keeps its secrets until the right moment. Perhaps the first civilization's traces are still there, waiting for one more brush of soil to be lifted, one more stone to be turned. If they return, they may find our silence amusing. They may point to the ground and say, "You are walking over our cities." They may point to the ocean and say, "Our homes are beneath those waves." They may tell us that the things we call myths are their history, that the things we dismiss as coincidence are their monuments. To them, the silence would not be silence at all, but a story they remember clearly. To us, it is mystery. To them, it is memory. Until then, archaeology will continue its slow work, uncovering fragments, filling gaps, and sometimes leaving questions unanswered. We're left with a past that feels both rich and incomplete, a story half told, written in whispers and erasures. The silence is frustrating, but it is also what keeps the mystery alive. It reminds us that we do not yet know everything, that the ground beneath our feet may still surprise us. And if a first civilization truly waits in the shadows of history, then the silence is not absence but invitation, asking us to listen more closely, to look more carefully, to dig deeper. If a first civilization truly existed, the most haunting question is not just how they lived, but where they went. The ground may hold faint traces, the ocean may conceal drowned cities, myths may preserve echoes, but the question that lingers is, what became of them? Did they vanish entirely, erased by catastrophe? Did they scatter into smaller groups that eventually became the ancestors we recognize? Or did they do something even more extraordinary? Did they leave? And if they left, where could they have gone? When we look at the history of humanity, migration is one of our oldest instincts. From the first steps out of Africa to the peopling of every continent, humans have always moved when pressured by climate, conflict, or curiosity. If we, with our limited technology, can dream of colonizing Mars or sending probes beyond the solar system, why not imagine that a civilization thousands or tens of thousands of years ahead of us could have already done so? To them, leaving Earth may not have been fantasy but survival. If catastrophe loomed, an asteroid, a flood, a volcanic chain reaction, perhaps they chose to seek safety elsewhere. The most obvious destination would have been the stars. Even with modest technology, it is possible to imagine building spacecraft capable of carrying a population to nearby systems. For us, the idea seems daunting, requiring resources and energy beyond what we have. But for a civilization older and more advanced, it may have been within reach. They may have spread to the planets, colonized moons, or even left the solar system entirely. If so, the question becomes whether they are still out there, thriving in silence, or whether their colonies too fell to the same cycle of rise and collapse. If they did survive, their return would not be a myth but a possibility, The sky above us may hold the descendants of Earth's first people waiting for the right moment to come home. But leaving does not have to mean leaving the planet. They might have chosen to retreat beneath the Earth itself. Ancient stories often speak of hidden realms, subterranean kingdoms, or people who dwell beneath mountains. From the Greek tales of Hades to the Tibetan myths of Shambhala, from Native American stories of inner worlds to modern speculation about Hollow Earth, the theme is widespread. Could these myths reflect a memory of people who chose to live underground, either to escape disaster or to preserve their knowledge in secrecy? Places like Durinkuyu, vast underground cities with space for tens of thousands, suggest that humanity has explored this path before. Perhaps those were only imitations of something older, hints that the first civilization may have gone below, waiting in the silence of stone. There is also the ocean. We know less about the deep sea than we do about the surface of the moon. Myths of undersea kingdoms abound, from Atlantis to mermaid lore to stories of beings who come from the depths. A civilization threatened by catastrophe on land could have turned to the sea, building habitats beneath the waves, perhaps even adapting biologically to life underwater. It sounds like science fiction, but our own experiments with submarines and underwater labs show the beginnings of such a path. If they mastered it, they could have vanished from the surface entirely, leaving only legends of sea people and drowned cities. To this day, strange lights, unexplained sounds, and deep-sea mysteries keep the imagination alive. Another possibility is that they left not in space or sea, but in time. The idea of time travel remains speculative for us, but physics does not entirely rule it out. Wormholes, relativity, and quantum theories suggest pathways that, if harnessed, could allow movement through time as well as space. If a first civilization reached that level of understanding, perhaps they stepped forward or backward in time, escaping disaster by removing themselves from the present altogether. To us, they would seem gone, erased from history, but to them the journey might be instantaneous. If they traveled forward, they may one day arrive in our world, stepping out of time as easily as we step off a train. Even without full-time travel, the idea of shifting into dimensions we cannot perceive is worth considering. Myths across cultures speak of realms parallel to ours, accessible only through rituals, dreams, or sacred sites. Modern physics entertains the idea of higher dimensions invisible to our senses. If the first civilization discovered how to move into such spaces, they may not have left Earth at all. They could be here still, existing in layers of reality beyond our perception. The stories of spirits, gods, or otherworldly beings could be distorted glimpses of them. To us, they are absent. To them, they never left. But there is a simpler answer too. They may not have gone anywhere. They may have collapsed, leaving only scattered survivors who lost their knowledge over time. In that case, we are their descendants. We are the continuation of their story, unaware of our own origins. The myths of golden ages and fallen worlds may be memories carried in our blood, retold by those who endured, but no longer understood. If that is true, then the first civilization did not leave. They became us. Their knowledge is buried not in stone or sea, but in our collective amnesia. What makes this question so haunting is that all possibilities feel plausible when you consider the scale of time. Catastrophes have happened before, asteroids have struck, supervolcanoes have erupted, ice ages have reshaped the planet, migrations have happened, technologies have been lost, myths have been born. The silence of history is wide enough to hold any of these outcomes. Did they flee to the stars, retreat to the deep, vanish into time, or simply fade into us? We cannot yet say. If they did leave, though, the return remains the tantalizing part. Imagine them arriving from orbit. Their ships unlike anything we've seen, their eyes set on the planet they once called home. Imagine them rising from the ocean, surfacing not as myths, but as people carrying memories older than our civilizations. Imagine them stepping from shadows of time, telling us they never truly abandoned Earth, only waited for the right moment to re-emerge. To us, it would be revelation. To them, it would be homecoming. The thought reshapes our sense of identity. We're so used to thinking of ourselves as the first, the pinnacle, the only, but if others came before, and if they left, then we are part of a larger story. One chapter in a book far longer than we imagined. Whether they are gone forever or waiting just out of sight, their absence is as important as their presence. It reminds us that civilization is not guaranteed. It can vanish, scatter, or depart, leaving silence in its wake. And so the question lingers. If they left, where did they go? Did they look to the stars, to the sea, to the stone beneath their feet, or to the folds of time itself? Did they scatter and become us, or are they still watching, waiting to return? Perhaps the answer is all of these, and the myths we carry are fragments of many departures. Until we know, the mystery remains, and with it, the quiet hope that one day the silence will break and the first civilization will step back into our world, not as legend but as reality. Whenever people speculate about the rise and fall of a civilization older than history, three images tend to surface again and again: the image of flight, the image of flood, and the image of flame. They appear in myths, in archaeological puzzles, and in the way we try to make sense of sudden disappearances. If Earth's first civilization really did exist, then one of these forces, or some combination of them, may have played a role in both their glory and their downfall. These theories are not proof, but they are persistent enough to deserve our attention, because sometimes persistence is itself a kind of evidence. The dream of flight is as old as humanity itself. We've carved wings into gods, told stories of chariots rising into the heavens, drawn serpents that coil across the sky, and passed down tales of people who came from above. In India's ancient texts, there are the Vimanas, flying machines described in remarkable detail, some said to move with the power of Mercury engines, others to soar between cities and even planets. The Mahabharata describes aerial battles with weapons that sound eerily similar to explosives and projectiles. In Greece, the story of Daedalus and Icarus tells of man-made wings, fragile yet powerful enough to rise into the sky. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was a god of both earth and sky, associated with flight and knowledge. Even in more recent folklore, there are accounts of skyboats, sky people, or fiery discs. The theme is so consistent across cultures that it seems to come from something deeper than imagination alone. If a first civilization achieved flight, even in a limited way, it would explain a great deal about the myths that followed. To someone without technology, a flying machine would be indistinguishable from magic. The noise, the fire, the sheer impossibility of it would make it unforgettable. Survivors of such a world might describe it in the only language they knew: gods riding chariots through the heavens, serpents moving across the sky, or giant birds carrying people aloft. Over generations, those descriptions would be woven into myth, their original meaning blurred but never erased. The echoes remain even now in the fascination we still have with the idea of leaving the ground, of seeing the world from above. But flight is not just a symbol of wonder, it is also a symbol of power. The ability to move through the sky means control over territory, communication, and warfare. If a first civilization had such technology, it may have been their greatest strength, and perhaps their undoing. Myths of great battles in the sky, weapons of unimaginable force, or fiery destruction may not be pure invention. They could be distorted memories of real conflicts fought with machines and weapons beyond our comprehension. Just as nuclear bombs left scars in the 20th century, aerial warfare might have left scars in an earlier age. Scars remembered only as tales of gods at war. That leads us to the second recurring image: flood. The flood myth is nearly universal, and it carries with it not only destruction but cleansing. Almost every culture has some version of a world drowned, with a few survivors left to rebuild. In Mesopotamia, Utnapishtim builds a boat to save life from the deluge. In the Bible, Noah does the same. In Hindu stories, Manu is warned by a fish to prepare. In Native American traditions, floods come and reshape the land. Science confirms that floods have indeed reshaped the earth, most dramatically at the end of the last ice age, when melting glaciers caused seas to rise hundreds of feet. Entire coastlines vanished, and with them whatever people had built there. If a first civilization thrived during that period, much of its heartland would now be underwater. Coastal cities, ports, temples, farmlands, all could have been erased in a matter of centuries. To survivors fleeing inland, the memory of an entire world swallowed by the sea would have been overwhelming. They might have passed down stories of the flood not as metaphor but as memory. If their civilization had already mastered flight, they may have even watched the waters rise from above, helpless to stop the ocean reclaiming the land. The silence of the ocean floor today may be hiding the ruins of that drowned world, just as the silence of myths is hiding its memory. Flood is also a reminder of fragility. No matter how advanced, no matter how powerful, a civilization built on the earth is still vulnerable to the forces of nature. Rising seas, shifting tectonics, volcanic eruptions, all can undo centuries of progress in an instant. We see it even now in hurricanes, tsunamis, and earthquakes that devastate modern cities. Multiply that by the global shifts at the end of the Ice Age, and it's easy to imagine how even a great civilization could vanish. The myth of the flood may be less a story and more a record of the greatest disaster humanity ever witnessed, one that reshaped not just land but memory itself. And then there is the third image, flame. Fire has always been central to human life, both a gift and a danger. Myths describe gods wielding fire from the sky, lightning bolts and weapons that burn with unbearable heat. In Hindu epics, weapons are said to shine like the sun and reduce cities to ash. In Greek myth, Zeus hurls thunderbolts and Prometheus steals fire for mankind. In the Bible, fire rains down on cities as judgment. The pattern is unmistakable. Fire as destruction. Fire as power beyond human control. For modern readers, these stories sound strangely familiar. We have lived through Hiroshima and Nagasaki, cities leveled in moments, skies filled with unnatural suns. We know what it means to wield fire capable of ending civilizations. Reading ancient myths with that knowledge, one cannot help but wonder, were they describing natural disasters like volcanoes and lightning storms, or were they struggling to put into words the memory of weapons beyond their comprehension? If a first civilization rose to a level of technology where they mastered flight and advanced weaponry, then perhaps their end came not from flood alone but from fire, a war too great to survive, weapons too powerful to control, knowledge too dangerous to keep. Theories of flight, flood and flame are not mutually exclusive. They may be chapters of the same story. A civilization rises, achieves flight, explores the skies, even the stars. But nature intervenes, seas rise, lands vanish, and in desperation, conflicts break out. Weapons of fire finish what the waters began. Survivors scatter, carrying memories of all three: the wonder of flight, the terror of flood, the devastation of flame. Those memories become myths, passed down in fragments until they reach us. This pattern also reflects a cycle we can recognize in ourselves. We too have achieved flight. We too live with rising seas. We too carry weapons of flame powerful enough to erase civilization. If history is a wheel, perhaps we're turning it again. And perhaps the myths are not just memories but warnings. They tell us what has happened before, what can happen again, and what may await us if we repeat the mistakes of those who came before. If the first civilization returns, it will be fascinating to see which of these images they confirm. Will they tell us that they did indeed master flight, soaring across the skies in machines we can barely imagine? Will they admit that the floods swallowed their cities, that the oceans hold their greatest monuments? Will they confess that in the end it was fire, unleashed by their own hands, that brought them down? Or will they tell us that the truth is more complex than any of these, that our myths are only crude reflections of events we can't yet understand? Whatever the answer, The persistence of these three images in our collective imagination suggests they are more than coincidence. They are the outlines of a forgotten story, one written in the sky, the sea, and the flame. And until the silence is broken, we are left with speculation. We tell ourselves stories of gods at war, of worlds drowned, of fire raining from the heavens. We build theories around flight, flood, and flame because they are the forces that shape civilization, the forces that can elevate us or destroy us. If a first civilization lived and left, then these are the marks they left behind, etched into our myths, carved into our fears, waiting for us to see them for what they really are. When we wonder about the possibility of Earth's first civilization returning, the question is not only if they will, but how they could. If they disappeared long ago, if they scattered or ascended or were erased by catastrophe, then their return might not follow the straightforward path we imagine. We tend to think in linear terms: a civilization rises, it falls, and if it ever comes back, it must arrive in the same way we travel, by land, or by sea, or by the slow passage of generations. But what if the path back is not linear at all? What if their return is not a matter of miles or years, but of time itself, or the space between worlds? Time is not as rigid as it feels when we look at a clock. Physics reminds us that time bends, stretches, even loops under the right conditions. Gravity slows it down, speed alters its flow. On cosmic scales, time is not a constant rhythm, but a variable fabric. We already live with faint reminders of this truth. A satellite circling Earth experiences time slightly differently than we do on the ground, its clock ticking just a fraction off. Astronauts who spend months in orbit return a tiny sliver younger than they would have been otherwise. The difference is small, but the principle is profound. If the first civilization had discovered how to manipulate time in more significant ways, their disappearance might not be final. They could have stepped sideways into another moment, waiting until the right point to return. The myths often hint at this. Gods who vanish for a night and return to find centuries have passed, heroes who enter otherworldly realms and emerge in a world transformed, entire peoples said to sleep beneath mountains, waiting for an age to end so they may reawaken. These stories might be metaphors, but they could also be distorted memories of a civilization that learned how to slip through time. Imagine a people who foresaw disaster, rising seas, volcanic eruptions, wars, and instead of fleeing outward, they fled forward. They may not be gone at all. They may be traveling toward us as we speak, not across distance but across centuries. And when they arrive, it will feel to them as though they never left. Space is the other possibility. And here again, physics does not close the door. The universe is not limited to the 3 dimensions we see. Theoretical models suggest there may be higher dimensions, wormholes, shortcuts through space-time. If the first civilization discovered how to harness such pathways, they could have traveled not just across planets but between stars, perhaps even between universes. To us, they would appear vanished, erased without a trace, but in reality they might have stepped into another corridor of reality, continuing their story elsewhere. If they return, it may not be from the ocean or the ground beneath our feet, but from a fold in space we cannot yet perceive. What makes this possibility haunting is that myths, again, seem to echo it. Tales of beings who come from the sky, not as travelers but as returners. Legends of bright doors opening in the heavens, stories of people who vanish into lights only to return transformed. Even the notion of paradise or afterworlds could be memories of dimensional travel, glimpses of realities side by side with our own. Perhaps the first civilization found those doors and stepped through them, leaving us with only the shadows of their departure. Of course, it is also possible that they mastered both time and space, not separate but part of the same fabric. To move far enough in space is also to move in time. A journey to the stars, even at near light speed, bends time so that travelers return to a world far older than the one they left. We dream of this in science fiction, but physics suggests it is real. If the first civilization harnessed such travel, they may have gone outward into the cosmos, knowing they would return to an Earth transformed by centuries or millennia. For them, it would feel like only years had passed. For us, their return would be a shock, the sudden reappearance of a people we thought long gone. There is also the question of whether they ever truly left. Time and space can conceal without requiring departure. They may be here now, hidden in dimensions we cannot sense, existing alongside us but invisible. Folklore across cultures describes hidden realms, other worlds, or parallel lands where people live differently, untouched by time. What if these are not just dreams but memories of the first civilization retreating into a dimension we cannot access? If they emerge again, it will not be because they traveled far, but because they chose to step back into our perception. To us, it will seem like a return. To them, it will be nothing more than opening a door. The unsettling part of all this is that our understanding of time and space is still in its infancy. We treat them as vast mysteries, yet we are certain enough to dismiss myths as fantasy. But what if those myths are testimony? What if they are the only way ancient people could describe what they saw? A machine that bends time would look like magic. A door into another dimension would sound like myth. Survivors of a civilization that disappeared through such means might explain it as gods leaving the earth, promising to come back in another age. Thousands of years later, we read those words as allegory, never considering they may have been literal. If Earth's first civilization returns through time or space, the impact will not only be physical but psychological. It will rewrite our sense of what is possible. We imagine them stepping off a ship or rising from the sea, but what if they step out of nowhere, emerging in a place that moments before was empty? What if they come not from the stars but from tomorrow, walking into our present as easily as we walk across a room? What if they come not in fleets or armies but in silence, a few individuals carrying knowledge of ages we cannot comprehend? The shock of such an encounter would not be about their power but about the realization that the universe is stranger than we ever believed. And perhaps that is the point. Theories of return through time or space remind us that history is not a straight line, and reality is not limited to what we see. We are so used to thinking of the past as behind us and the future as ahead, of the earth as fixed and the stars as unreachable. But if others have already walked these paths, then our map of existence is incomplete. They may have left, not because they were defeated, but because they discovered more, because they found a way to move beyond the limits we still struggle with. And if they return, it will not be to conquer or to teach, but to remind us of what we too may become. Until then, the possibility lingers like a shadow at the edge of our imagination. Time and space stretch wider than we know. Somewhere in that stretch may be the missing chapters of Earth's story, waiting to reappear. If the first civilization ever walked out of history, perhaps they are only waiting for the right moment to walk back in. When we think of the past, we often picture it as something primitive compared to the present. We assume that our technologies, our science, our knowledge are the pinnacle of human progress, the best and brightest age that has ever existed. But history has a way of humbling us. Time and again, we find evidence of knowledge once held, then forgotten, and only much later rediscovered. Sometimes it's something practical, like Roman concrete or ancient metallurgy. Sometimes it's something abstract, like astronomy or mathematics preserved in temples and myths. And sometimes it's something we barely understand at all, fragments of ideas that suggest people long before us glimpsed truths we're only now beginning to explore. It raises a strange and unsettling possibility. What if Earth's first civilization lived not only in the past but in a future we have forgotten? What if their science was not simply old but advanced in ways that skipped straight past what we think of as linear progress? The phrase "forgotten futures" captures something important. It suggests that history is not only about what came before but about what could have been, paths of discovery taken, and then abandoned, knowledge gained, and then erased. Imagine a people who understood the atom not as a metaphor but as a reality. who saw patterns in the stars not just as myths but as calculations, who looked at the fabric of reality itself and saw doors we do not yet know how to open. If their civilization rose and fell, their futures fell with them. We may be walking roads they already traveled, chasing discoveries they made long ago, stumbling over inventions they had mastered and then lost. Look at ancient mathematics. The Sumerians and Babylonians were calculating with base 60s, mapping planetary motions and predicting eclipses thousands of years before modern astronomy. The Mayans had calendars more accurate than many we used until recently, tracking cycles across centuries with stunning precision. In India, texts written millennia ago described numbers stretching into the billions, concepts of infinity and geometries that hint at dimensions beyond the physical. Were these simply extraordinary leaps of imagination, or were they inheritances from a science deeper than we recognize? When knowledge survives only in fragments, it's hard to tell, but the fragments themselves are tantalizing, suggesting a horizon of thought far beyond the immediate needs of early societies. Even in medicine, glimpses of forgotten futures appear. Ancient Egyptian texts describe surgical techniques, including trepanation and complex procedures we often assume are modern. Chinese texts describe acupuncture points, meridians, and energy flows, concepts that are still debated but have persisted for thousands of years. Indigenous traditions across the world contain encyclopedic knowledge of plants, their properties and their effects on the body, knowledge that modern pharmacology is only beginning to rediscover. If this much survived in fragments, what might have been lost entirely? Perhaps the first civilization understood biology not only as chemistry and tissue, but as energy and resonance, something we are only now touching through fields like quantum biology. Physics is even more mysterious. Myths of machines that fly, weapons that burn like the sun, and portals to other realms sound fantastical until you place them beside modern discoveries. We know nuclear fire is real. We know flight is possible. We know space-time bends and can be warped by mass and speed. To us, these are breakthroughs of the last century, but what if they were rediscoveries? What if someone long ago already peered into the atom, saw the potential of energy locked inside, and used it before losing it again? A war fought with such weapons would leave devastation, but over tens of thousands of years, the scars might fade. The knowledge could vanish, leaving behind only myths of fire from the heavens. The concept of resonance offers another path into forgotten futures. Ancient monuments often seem to be built with acoustic properties in mind. The chambers of the Great Pyramid amplify sound in unusual ways. Stone circles hum with resonance when the wind passes through them. Some sites in South America seem designed to carry voices across vast distances. Were these accidents of design? Or were the builders experimenting with sound, vibration, and energy in ways we no longer pursue? Modern science is only now exploring how resonance affects matter, how sound can move particles, even levitate objects. Could a civilization long ago have mastered this principle on a larger scale? If so, their science may have looked strange to us. No wires, no circuits, just sound, frequency, and harmony. Energy itself may be the greatest missing piece. Our modern world runs on fossil fuels, electricity, and digital circuits. But those are only one set of choices. There are other ways to harness nature, ways we have barely touched. Solar, wind, geothermal, and nuclear are just the beginning. Ancient texts often describe free-flowing energy, light without fire, power drawn directly from the earth or the heavens. To us, these are vague metaphors. To them, perhaps they were literal. Imagine a society that could draw energy from magnetic fields, from the Earth's own resonance, from forces we don't yet understand. To them, it would be as normal as electricity is to us. To us, it would look impossible, an invention ahead of its time. If their civilization fell, their science would vanish, leaving us to rediscover it slowly, piece by piece, like blindfolded explorers touching the edges of a vast and forgotten map. Astronomy, too, hints at futures forgotten. Ancient people built observatories disguised as temples, mapped the sky with a precision that still amazes, and tracked cycles over thousands of years. We marvel at the alignment of monuments with solstices, but those are just the most obvious examples. Deeper patterns suggest they understood precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis and cycles that take tens of thousands of years to complete. How could people we call primitive track such things without technology? Either they had patience beyond imagining, or they inherited knowledge from a civilization that had already measured it. To them, the stars were not just stories. They were data, equations, cycles. Perhaps their forgotten futures included journeys to those stars, dreams of exploration we think are new, but maybe ancient memories. Even the structure of myths themselves feels scientific in a strange way. Many myths encode numerical patterns, astronomical events, or natural cycles hidden in symbolic language. The story of a god dying and rising again mirrors seasonal cycles. The number of years in a reign may match astronomical cycles. Animals in constellations appear as characters in stories. Was this just coincidence, or was it a way of preserving scientific knowledge in narrative form, safe against the erosion of time? If so, then myths may not only be stories but textbooks, carrying fragments of science across ages until we are ready to read them again. If Earth's first civilization ever did exist, their science may not have looked like ours at all. We build machines of metal and glass powered by electricity. They may have built machines of stone and sound, powered by resonance and energy fields. We measure with numbers and equations. They may have measured with geometry and rhythm. We see nature as something to be controlled. They may have seen it as something to be harmonized with. Different methods. Same goal, understanding reality. If they return, the science they bring may not feel futuristic to us so much as alien, not because it is more advanced, but because it is built on principles we neglected. It would feel like looking at an alternate path humanity could have taken, a forgotten future reintroduced into our present. The most humbling thought of all is that forgotten futures may be embedded in us already. Our DNA carries memories of adaptation, survival, evolution. Perhaps it also carries whispers of knowledge. Certain instincts, dreams, or visions might be echoes of what our ancestors once knew. We chase innovation as though it is new. But maybe we're just unlocking doors that were opened long ago, doors that closed when a civilization fell. Each time we speak of discovery, we might really be speaking of rediscovery, another step back into futures that were once present and then forgotten. If they come back, perhaps their greatest revelation will not be about their past but about our future. They may tell us that the futures we dream of, space travel, clean energy, healing beyond medicine, are not new. They may say, "We walked those roads before, and you are walking them again." They may remind us that science is not a ladder climbing upward, but a wheel turning, spinning through ages of memory and loss. Forgotten futures are not gone forever. They wait for us in silence, ready to return when we are ready to see them. If the first civilization ever walked this earth, and if their monuments and machines have been scattered or erased, where would we look for the most enduring evidence? Not in the stones, not in the oceans, not even in the skies, but in ourselves. The human body is not just a vessel of flesh and bone. It is a record, a library written in code, passed from generation to generation with extraordinary precision. DNA carries more than instructions for building proteins and organs. It carries history. It carries memory in a form we're only beginning to understand. If we are truly the descendants of a civilization long forgotten, then the traces of their existence may be hidden within ourselves. We already know that DNA contains clues about our origins. The study of genetics has allowed us to trace the migrations of ancient peoples, to map the movements of our ancestors across continents, to discover where populations split, mingled, and adapted. It shows us that we carry pieces of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other hominins now extinct. Their legacy lives on in our blood and our bones. If such fragments can survive tens of thousands of years, what else might be hidden there? Could we carry not just genes from forgotten cousins, but echoes of knowledge from forgotten civilizations? Some scientists speak cautiously about epigenetics, the way experiences can leave chemical marks on DNA that influence how genes are expressed. Trauma, famine, stress, all can leave imprints that ripple down through generations. A grandchild may carry the shadow of a famine their grandparents survived, encoded not in memory but in biology. This means that memory is not only cultural or personal but biological. Our cells themselves remember in their own language. If that is true, then perhaps even the memory of a first civilization could linger within us, not in clear blueprints of machines or texts, but in instincts, patterns, or abilities that feel innate. We see glimpses of this in ways that seem ordinary yet mysterious. Child prodigies who play instruments flawlessly without being taught, people who solve mathematical puzzles without formal training, dreams that feel older than the dreamer, strange flashes of intuition, déjà vu, or sudden insights that seem to come from nowhere. We usually dismiss these as quirks of the brain. But what if they are deeper? What if they are echoes, fragments of knowledge embedded in our very selves, inherited from ancestors who lived in a world we no longer remember? Perhaps the memory of their civilization is not lost, but carried quietly in our biology, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Even myths of reincarnation or ancestral spirits may reflect this in symbolic form. When a culture says that a person carries the spirit of their ancestor, perhaps they are observing something real, though not in the mystical way they imagine. Perhaps what they are seeing is the persistence of memory in DNA, the transmission of experience across lifetimes. We may not remember the details consciously, but our cells do. They guide us, shape us, and sometimes surprise us with knowledge we didn't know we had. If the first civilization's legacy survives anywhere, it may be here, hidden in the folds of our genetic code. Consider language. There are structures and rhythms common across all human tongues, deep grammatical roots that seem universal. Linguists debate whether these arise from the way the brain processes communication, or whether they point to a common origin, a mother tongue spoken long before recorded history. If a first civilization existed, perhaps its voice is still alive in these universal patterns, its speech echoing faintly every time we open our mouths. Even when we invent new languages, we follow the same rules, the same shapes of thought. Perhaps those rules are the genetic memory of communication, a trace of the first people who spoke. Another clue lies in our fascination with symbols. Certain shapes appear again and again across cultures: spirals, circles, stars, trees. They emerge in cave art, in temples, in children's drawings. They seem hardwired into us, archetypes that persist regardless of time or place. Psychologists see them as expressions of the unconscious, but what if they are also inherited memories, the remnants of symbols used by a civilization that came before? If those people encoded their knowledge in geometry and pattern, perhaps their symbols have survived not on paper or stone but in our minds, replicated with every generation. The spiral we carve today may be the same spiral they carved thousands of years ago, remembered not by history but by biology. There is also the possibility that DNA carries not just memories of who we are but maps of what we might become. Geneticists often speak of junk DNA, sequences we do not fully understand. Yet what if some of that so-called junk is not useless at all but encrypted? What if it holds dormant instructions, the legacy of a civilization that encoded itself into its descendants? We might be walking archives, carrying not only their blood, but their knowledge, written in a code we've not yet learned to read. Imagine the shock of discovering that what we call our genome is not only a record of evolution but a library deliberately left behind, a time capsule hidden in every cell. The idea is speculative but not impossible. We ourselves are beginning to experiment with storing data in DNA, encoding texts, images, even entire libraries into genetic code because it is durable and compact. If we can imagine doing this now, Why couldn't an older civilization have done it long ago? They may have faced their own collapse and chosen to preserve themselves not in monuments of stone but in the bodies of their descendants. They may have encoded their knowledge into us, knowing that one day we would have the science to unlock it. If that is true, then the greatest discovery of the future will not be on Mars or in the ocean, but in the double helix twisting inside every one of us. Even without deliberate encoding, DNA may preserve stories. It tells us about migrations, about adaptation to climate, about the foods our ancestors ate, the diseases they endured, the environments they called home. Already, genetic research is uncovering histories that archaeology missed, rewriting what we thought we knew about where we came from. Imagine what else might emerge as our tools improve. Perhaps we'll find hints of populations unrecorded by history, groups that thrived in places now forgotten. Perhaps we'll find traces of people who seem too advanced for their time, whose genes suggest a complexity we cannot explain. And perhaps in those discoveries, we will see shadows of the first civilization, carried in silence through millennia, until we were ready to notice. If they return, the recognition may not come from their monuments or their machines, but from our own bodies. They may look at us and see themselves, their features mirrored in our faces, their knowledge hidden in ourselves. They may tell us that we are not just their descendants, but their continuation, that they never truly disappeared but lived on through us, carrying their civilization forward in a different form. The myths of gods creating humanity in their image might then make sense, not as divine command but as ancestral memory. We are their image because we are their children, and their civilization has never truly died. This thought is both humbling and empowering. It humbles us to realize that we may not be original, that much of what we think of as our own progress may be rediscovery of paths already walked. But it empowers us to know that the memory of greatness may live in us still, that we carry not only the scars of survival but the seeds of knowledge. Our cells are not only biology but history, not only instructions for life but whispers of lives already lived. So when we ask where the first civilization went, one answer may be simple: they did not go anywhere. They became us. Their cities may be lost, their machines dissolved, their monuments buried, but their memory lives on in our blood, in our bones, in the spirals of DNA winding through every cell. We are their return. We are their dream carried forward. And perhaps, if we learn to listen to the memory of ourselves, we will remember the future they once saw, and we will live it again. When we talk about the possibility of a first civilization returning, it's tempting to picture them as a group of people stepping out of the shadows, looking very much like us, perhaps dressed in clothes we've never seen or carrying tools we don't understand. But the more you think about it, the stranger the question becomes: would we even recognize them as people at all? And just as unsettling, if we looked closely enough at ourselves, would we even recognize how much of them might already live in us? The simplest answer is that they would look like us because we are them. If their civilization collapsed but some survived, then over thousands of years, they would have blended into the populations that came after. They would have raised children, passed on genes, and eventually disappeared into the long river of humanity. In that sense, their return has already happened. Every face we see is a mirror reflecting not just our recent ancestors, but possibly ancestors from worlds we no longer remember. If they walked among us now, they might not stand out at all. They would be indistinguishable from the crowds on city streets. Invisible not because they are hidden, but because they are us. But what if their civilization was more advanced than we imagine? Progress changes people, technology alters biology. We already experiment with genetic engineering, artificial organs, cybernetics, and digital implants. A few centuries of that could transform us in ways unimaginable today. If the first civilization lived tens of thousands of years ago and reached even further in those directions, they might have reshaped themselves. Their return would not be a matter of strangers arriving from outside, but of beings who look uncanny, similar enough to unsettle us, different enough to make us question whether we share the same species. Imagine eyes adapted to see spectra. We cannot Skin altered to resist disease or radiation, bodies augmented with technologies so seamlessly integrated they seem natural. Would we greet them as ancestors? Or would we mistake them for something entirely other? There is also the possibility that their definition of identity drifted away from ours entirely. If they mastered the manipulation of DNA, perhaps they chose to adapt themselves to different environments. Taller frames for thin air at high altitudes, gill-like structures for underwater living, even forms that seem animal-like to our eyes. In that case, they could have returned many times already, hidden in our myths as shapeshifters, gods, or monsters. The stories of beings who are half human, half something else. Mermaids, centaurs, bird people, serpent gods could be distorted memories of encounters with ancestors who had altered themselves so dramatically that their descendants no longer recognized them. And then there is the more radical possibility that they are still here, not as flesh but as something else. Consciousness itself is still a mystery to us. We don't fully understand what it is or where it resides. If the first civilization discovered how to transfer consciousness into machines, networks, or even energy fields, then their return would not look like a procession of people, but like something invisible moving among us. They might exist in forms we cannot see, influencing us quietly, guiding or observing, waiting until we are ready to meet them. If they came back in such a form, would we recognize them, or would we dismiss the encounter as a strange dream, a glitch in perception, a fleeting ghost? Recognition also works in reverse. Would they recognize us if they looked at our world? Would they see themselves reflected in our technology, our cities, our ambitions? Or would they see something entirely new, something they no longer identify with? It's possible they might look at us and feel the same disconnection we feel when we study cave paintings. We see them as human, yes, but also as distant, alien in their simplicity. They may look at us with the same mixture of familiarity and estrangement, thinking, these are our children, but we no longer fully understand them. Recognition might not be immediate, it might be partial, incomplete, full of both comfort and sorrow. We also have to consider the more intimate question, would we recognize ourselves in them? The idea is unsettling because it forces us to look at what we are now compared to what we could become. If their civilization was more advanced, then they may embody possibilities we've only begun to dream of. Meeting them would be like meeting our own future, a mirror showing what we might look like if we survive long enough to master the same forces they did. But mirrors can be uncomfortable. What if they remind us not of our potential but of our limits? What if they show us that we are repeating their mistakes, walking the same road toward collapse? Recognition then would not be inspiring but terrifying, a glimpse of our destiny written in their return. Another layer of this question lies in memory. Recognition is not only visual, it is emotional, instinctive. Sometimes we meet a stranger and feel as though we've known them forever. Sometimes we visit a place and feel a strange sense of déjà vu. Could an encounter with a first civilization stir something similar? Perhaps their presence would awaken dormant memories in our DNA, trigger instincts buried deep, or spark dreams that suddenly make sense. Recognition might come not from sight but from resonance, a deep inner knowing that says, these are the ones we have been waiting for, these are the ones we came from. Even our myths may be practice for this recognition. Stories of gods descending from the sky, teachers arriving from the sea, luminous beings guiding humanity. They may not only be memories of past encounters, but rehearsals for future ones. We tell and retell them so that when the moment comes, we will not be completely unprepared. If the first civilization returns, recognition may happen through myth, as people see them and say, this is what our ancestors spoke of, this is what they meant. Myth might be the bridge between memory and recognition, the way we connect our present selves with those who came before. But perhaps the hardest truth is that we might not recognize them at all. We could see them and fail to understand, just as ancient people may have seen visitors and described them as gods or monsters. Recognition depends on categories, on the ability to fit new things into familiar boxes. If they are too different, too strange, too far beyond our framework, then we may not recognize them even if they stand before us. We may misinterpret them, mythologize them, or fear them. The question is not only about their return, but about our readiness to perceive it. If they do return, and if recognition happens, it will not be simple. It will be layered, filled with shock, wonder, fear, and longing. We will recognize fragments, the curve of a face, the glimmer of knowledge, the echo of myths, and yet also feel estrangement. It will be like meeting a distant relative after centuries apart, familiar yet foreign, comforting yet unsettling. And in that moment, the real question may not be whether we recognize them, but whether we recognize ourselves in them, whether we can see our story not as beginning with us, but as continuing from them. Because recognition is not just about the past, it is about identity. If they return, and if we see ourselves in them, then our whole sense of who we are will shift. We will no longer be the first, no longer the only, no longer the pinnacle. We will be part of a longer, deeper story, one that connects us to ancestors we had forgotten and futures we cannot yet imagine. Recognition then will not just be about seeing them, it will be about seeing ourselves differently, more honestly, more humbly, as one chapter in a book far larger than we ever thought possible. When we picture a civilization more advanced than our own, it's tempting to imagine them using versions of what we already have, only bigger and faster. We imagine taller skyscrapers, larger airplanes, brighter screens, more powerful computers. But true advancement may not look like a scaled-up version of what we know. It may look entirely different, operating on principles we don't yet grasp, shaped by choices we can hardly imagine. If the first civilization did exist, and if they return, their technology might appear so strange that we would struggle to understand it at all. It would be beyond our imagination, not because it is magical, but because it follows paths of discovery we have not taken. Think of how a smartphone would appear to someone living 1,000 years ago, a slab of glass and metal glowing with light, showing moving pictures, carrying voices across the air, containing entire libraries inside. To them, it would be indistinguishable from sorcery. Now extend that gap further, not by 1,000 years, but by tens of thousands. The first civilization may have developed technologies that to us would appear miraculous, yet were as ordinary to them as a hammer or a wheel. The question is not whether they had tools, but what kinds of tools they chose to build, and how those tools reshaped their world. One possibility is that they moved beyond material machines altogether. Our technology is largely external. We build devices, vehicles, networks, but what if theirs was internal? What if they learned to integrate technology directly into their biology, to enhance their senses, expand their memory, alter their perception? For them, a computer might not be a separate object, but something woven into their nervous system. Communication might not require speech or text, but flow directly from mind to mind. Data might not be stored in libraries or hard drives, but in cells carried in bloodlines, passed invisibly through generations. To us, it would look like instinct or intuition. To them, it would be technology so seamless that it became indistinguishable from nature. Another possibility is that they mastered forms of energy we still struggle to harness. Our world runs on combustion and electricity, with small steps into nuclear and renewable sources. But nature holds energies far greater: magnetism, resonance, zero-point fluctuations, the raw fabric of space-time itself. The first civilization may have tapped into those forces, not in laboratories alone, but in daily life. Their homes might have glowed without fire, their machines might have moved without engines, their cities might have thrived without pollution. Power would not have come from burning or consuming, but from harmonizing with flows already present in the universe. To us, this would appear impossible. To them, it might have been as simple as flipping a switch. Architecture could have been another field transformed. We look at ancient monuments and see massive stones cut with impossible precision, aligned with stars and solstices, humming with acoustic resonance. Perhaps those were not simply temples or tombs, but remnants of technologies we no longer understand. Structures that could focus energy, amplify sound, regulate climate, or even influence consciousness. Imagine buildings that were not passive shelters but active systems, living technologies designed to interact with the Earth and the cosmos. The pyramids, stone circles, and megalithic complexes scattered across the globe may be the faint shadows of such designs, fragments of a science that merged engineering, art, and physics into a single whole. Transportation too may have looked very different. We rely on wheels, engines, and wings. They may have moved objects through resonance, levitation, or manipulation of gravity, stories of stones floating into place, of chariots flying through the sky, of vehicles moving without wheels may not have been fantasies but memories of technologies beyond ours. Even the myths of beings appearing instantly from afar, teleporting, descending in beams of light, vanishing without trace, may reflect principles of travel we do not yet grasp. To us, those tales sound like science fiction. To them, they may have been daily reality. Communication is another frontier where their advancements could surpass ours. We use radio waves, fiber optics, satellites. They may have communicated through means that required no visible infrastructure at all. Quantum entanglement, resonance fields, or consciousness itself could have been their medium, messages carried not through wires or air, but through reality itself. To us, this would look like telepathy or divine inspiration. To them, it would be technology refined over centuries. Imagine a world where no one is ever truly separate, where knowledge can be shared instantly, where thought itself becomes the network. Such a civilization would seem unified in ways we can barely imagine, a society shaped by constant and seamless connection. Medicine might have been another area where their science diverged. We treat illness by targeting symptoms, by fighting disease with drugs or surgery. They may have understood the body not as separate parts, but as a field of energy and resonance. Healing might have involved harmonizing frequencies, realigning flows, repairing cells with precision at the molecular or even quantum level. Their lifespans could have stretched far beyond ours, not through brute force but through subtle mastery of balance. Stories of gods or heroes living for centuries may not have been exaggerations but reflections of a time when lifespans were indeed longer, sustained by technologies we have lost. Even their concept of memory and knowledge may have transcended ours. We store information in books, servers, and digital clouds. They may have stored it in ways we cannot yet imagine, in the fabric of space itself, in patterns of energy, in the collective field of consciousness. Knowledge might not have been something one had to learn, but something one could access, drawn instantly from a shared reservoir. If so, their civilization may have been shaped not by hierarchies of education or privilege, but by universal access to truth. To us, this would seem impossible. To them, it may have been the foundation of their society. But technology beyond imagination does not mean utopia. With power comes risk. Just as our nuclear fire can light cities or destroy them, their tools may have carried dangers. If they mastered energy, they may also have unleashed it destructively. If they altered biology, they may have created beings or systems they could not control. If they stored knowledge in ways we cannot fathom, they may have lost it all in a single collapse. Forgotten futures are not always lost by accident. Sometimes they are buried by necessity, erased because they became too dangerous to keep. Perhaps the reason we struggle to see their technology is because they themselves ensured it would vanish, leaving only the faintest traces behind. If they return, their tools may not be devices we can hold or machines we can copy. They may show us technologies that look like rituals, like art, like nature itself. They may demonstrate things that feel more like magic than science, yet work with the precision of physics. They may reveal that our imagination has been too narrow, that we have been looking in the wrong direction. Their greatest gift might not be the tools themselves, but the reminder that technology is not limited to circuits and engines. It can be anything shaped by understanding, anything harmonized with the universe. And perhaps the most profound realization will be that the gap between them and us is not as wide as we think. We're already taking small steps toward these possibilities: genetic engineering, quantum communication, clean energy, artificial intelligence. To us, they feel like cutting-edge dreams. To them, they may be memories. The difference is not in possibility, but in perspective. We're climbing a mountain they once stood upon. Our imagination strains to see the peak, but they may already know the view. If the first civilization ever does return, the shock will not be in seeing machines we cannot explain or powers we cannot grasp. The real shock will be in realizing how much of it we almost already know. Their technology will feel alien and yet familiar, strange and yet inevitable, beyond our imagination yet just close enough for us to recognize. And in that moment, the line between past and future will blur, and we will see that what we call impossible may simply be what we have forgotten. When we imagine the return of a civilization that came before us, the question of what they bring is only part of the story. The deeper question is how they would see us. Would they arrive as guides, sharing wisdom from ages past, stepping into the role of teachers to a humanity still stumbling in its adolescence? Or would they come as judges, weighing what we have done with a world they once knew, deciding whether we are worthy to inherit their legacy? The answer may not be simple, because in their return they could be both: mentors who remind us of what is possible and mirrors who reveal what we have become. The idea of first teachers is embedded in our oldest myths. Cultures all over the world tell stories of strangers who arrived with knowledge. In Mesoamerican traditions, figures like Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha walked among the people, teaching them agriculture, astronomy, and law before vanishing again. In Sumerian lore, the Apkallu being sent by the gods to teach humanity the arts of civilization. In Greek myths, Prometheus gave fire to humans, a gift that transformed us forever. In Polynesian stories, navigators were guided by mysterious teachers who showed them how to read the stars. These patterns suggest that humanity has always carried the memory of being taught, of receiving gifts from a source beyond ordinary men and women. If those teachers were echoes of a first civilization, then their return might feel familiar, not as an invasion but as a continuation of an old relationship. If they come as teachers, their task would be delicate. They would not only show us what we lack but also remind us of what we have forgotten. Imagine them stepping into our world and pointing out that our pursuit of power has blinded us to balance, that our hunger for progress has cost us harmony. They might show us technologies that do not consume but create, that do not pollute but purify. They might teach us ways of seeing that dissolve our divisions of nation, race, and creed. They might remind us that civilization is not measured in wealth or conquest, but in the ability to live with wisdom. Their presence would not be about dominance, but about guidance, the way a parent watches a child grow, stepping in only to prevent disaster or to point the way. But teaching is never neutral. To accept a teacher is to admit ignorance, and humanity has never been good at humility. Would we listen or would we resist, insisting that we know better, that we need no guidance? History suggests the latter. Again and again, humans have rejected wisdom when it challenged our pride. If the first civilization returned offering lessons, we might not greet them with gratitude but with suspicion. We might see them as manipulators, as threats, as figures who want to control rather than uplift. Their task as teachers would be as much about our willingness to learn as about their ability to teach. And what if they do not come as teachers at all? What if their role is closer to that of judges? Imagine a people who once thrived on this earth, who built, who dreamed, who perhaps destroyed themselves. Imagine them returning to see what we have made of their inheritance. They might look at our poisoned rivers, our burning forests, our fractured societies, and feel not pride but sorrow. They might ask whether we deserve the knowledge they once held, whether giving us their wisdom would lead us to balance or to disaster. Judgment may not come in the form of punishment, but in silence. They might decide we're not ready and withdraw again, leaving us to struggle until we prove otherwise. This idea too is present in myth. Gods who return to weigh the deeds of men, to reward or punish, to end an age or begin a new one. Floods sent as judgment, fire rained from the sky, tests set for humanity to prove its worth. These stories may be echoes not just of natural disasters, but of encounters with beings who measured us, who asked whether we had learnt enough to be trusted with more. If a first civilization returns, their judgment might not be about morality in the way we imagine, but about responsibility. They may ask, can you wield knowledge without destroying yourselves? Can you build without erasing? Can you live without forgetting? And here lies the tension. We may not know which role they come to play until they arrive. They may begin as teachers but become judges. If we resist, they may arrive as judges but soften into teachers if they see promise in us. The distinction may not even exist for them. To guide is to judge is to teach. By their very presence, they would force us to confront what we are and what we might become. Whether we experience them as teachers or judges may depend less on their intent and more on our response. It's worth remembering that even if they do return, their perspective will be shaped by their own history. If they collapsed, if they suffered, if they lost everything they built, then they may return not with arrogance but with humility. They may see in us the same mistakes they made, and instead of condemning, they may seek to prevent. Their judgment may come not as wrath, but as warning. They may say, "We have been where you are, and we know how the story ends if you continue." They may show us their ruins, not as threats but as reminders, lessons carved in memory rather than stone. But there is a darker possibility too. If they endured catastrophe at their own hands, they may return not as gentle teachers, but as strict guardians, determined to keep us from repeating their errors. To us, their actions might feel like control, limitation, even oppression. Imagine them dismantling our weapons, halting our experiments, redirecting our society, whether we consent or not. They might see it as necessary, the way a parent pulls a child back from a fire. But we might see it as tyranny. Their judgment could feel like punishment, even if it is meant as protection. The unsettling truth is that we already live under a kind of judgment. Every day the earth itself judges us. Climate change, extinction, disaster. These are responses to our actions. The planet teaches and judges at the same time. A returning civilization would only amplify that truth. They would hold a mirror to us, showing us the world we have made, the choices we have embraced, the paths we have walked. And in that reflection we would see not only them but ourselves, stripped of excuses, forced to confront whether we are truly ready for the wisdom we claim to seek. If the first civilization returns, their role as teachers or judges may ultimately be the same. They will test us, not through exams or punishments, but through presence. Their arrival itself will be the test. How do we respond to what we do not understand? Do we panic? Do we fight? Do we listen? Do we learn? Our reaction will determine the outcome. If we greet them with humility, they may teach. If we greet them with arrogance, they may judge. The choice may not be theirs, but ours. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson of all, that civilizations are not defined only by what they build, but by how they respond to challenge. The first civilization may return not to rule or to destroy, but simply to see, to witness whether we are capable of recognizing ourselves as part of a story larger than our own. In that sense, they will be both teachers and judges, and the test will be one we cannot escape. The test of our own humanity. If a first civilization did return, the greatest mystery might not be about them at all, but about us. The real story would be how humanity reacts. We like to imagine ourselves as rational, prepared, capable of handling the extraordinary with calm and wisdom, but history suggests otherwise. When faced with the unknown, our responses are unpredictable, divided, and often contradictory. Some embrace, some resist, some fear, some worship. If the first civilization appeared again, Whether in the skies, from the seas, or in ways we cannot yet imagine, the range of human reaction would be as complex as humanity itself. The first and most immediate response would likely be fear. We fear what we don't understand, and nothing would be less understandable than the sudden appearance of a people older and more advanced than ourselves. Governments would scramble, militaries would prepare, leaders would make statements urging calm while behind the scenes chaos unfolded. Some would view the return as a threat, an invasion even, and begin planning defense or retaliation without waiting to see intent. Fear magnifies uncertainty, and in the absence of clear answers, suspicion would fill the gap. But alongside fear, there would be awe. Millions would look to the skies or seas with wonder, overwhelmed by the realization that history is not what we thought. The myths, the stories, the strange artifacts, the whispered mysteries, all confirmed in an instant. For some, this would be the most profound moment of their lives. People would weep, pray, celebrate. Artists, poets, and dreamers would try to capture the feeling of standing at the edge of a new chapter in human existence. The awe would spread like wildfire, inspiring movements, reshaping cultures, igniting imaginations. Religion would face one of its greatest tests. Some would see the return as proof of ancient gods' fulfillments of prophecy, or the second coming under a new form. Others would reject the visitors outright, branding them as deceivers, demons, or false idols meant to mislead humanity. Entire sects might form overnight, some worshipping the returning civilization, others preparing to resist them in the name of their own faith. Religious leaders across traditions would struggle to interpret what was happening, some uniting their followers in peace, others dividing them with fear. The spiritual dimension of their return might cause as much upheaval as the physical one. Science, too, would be shaken to its core. For centuries, science has built its understanding of the world on the assumption that humanity is the measure of progress, that we are the first to achieve what we have achieved. The return of a civilization more advanced would upend that narrative. Scientists would rush to study them, to learn their technologies, to verify their origins. Fields like archaeology, anthropology, and physics would experience revolutions. Some scientists would embrace the opportunity with joy, others with skepticism, unwilling to let go of entrenched theories. The divide between open curiosity and defensive denial would be sharp, and the entire foundation of human knowledge would tremble under the weight of what had been hidden all along. Ordinary people would react in more personal ways. Some would be fascinated, glued to every broadcast, hungry for any detail. Others would be terrified, retreating into isolation, unwilling to face a world suddenly so much larger and stranger than they imagined. Communities would fracture. Some might organize celebrations, hoping to welcome the return. Others might arm themselves, convinced that disaster was imminent. Rumors would spread faster than truth, fueled by social media, by fear, by longing. The story would not belong to governments or scholars alone. It would belong to everyone, and each person's reaction would be colored by their own hopes and fears. Children might see them with less fear than adults. Children are often more open, less bound by fixed ideas of what is possible. To them, the return might feel like magic, like a dream made real. They would ask questions without hesitation, accept answers without cynicism, and embrace the strangeness with excitement. In their reactions, perhaps, would lie the purest reflection of how humanity might truly welcome the return, with curiosity instead of fear, with wonder instead of suspicion. But children grow into adults, and whether that openness survives would depend on what they learn from us. The media would amplify everything. Every image, every soundbite, every gesture would be broadcast instantly to billions, dissected, debated, distorted. Some networks would sensationalize, painting the return as catastrophe. Others would romanticize, turning them into saviors. Conspiracy theories would explode, with claims that the visitors were fabricated, staged by governments, or that they had already been among us all along. Information and disinformation would collide, and in the noise, the truth might be harder to hear. The return would not only test humanity's imagination, but its ability to tell fact from fiction. And then there is the question of power. How would nations react to each other in the face of the return? Would they unite, setting aside rivalries to face a common encounter? Or would they compete, each trying to control contact, to monopolize technology, to claim legitimacy? History leans toward the latter. Nations might race to establish communication, to secure alliances, to claim that the returning civilization favored them above others. Conflicts might erupt not between us and them, but among ourselves, fueled by fear of being left behind. The return could unite humanity, but it could just as easily divide us more deeply than ever. The economic impact would be staggering. Entire industries could collapse overnight if the returning civilization demonstrated technologies that rendered them obsolete. Fossil fuels, weapons, communications, medicine, all could be transformed in a moment. Some would see this as liberation, a chance to rebuild society on better foundations. Others would resist, clinging to old systems, fighting to preserve wealth and power. The return would not only challenge our sense of identity but our entire way of life, forcing us to ask what we truly value. At a deeper level, the psychological impact would be immense. Humanity has always defined itself by being unique, by being the first and only. To learn that we are neither would shake our sense of self. Some would embrace it, feeling connected to a larger story, relieved to know we're not alone. Others would feel diminished, small, insignificant in the shadow of a people greater than us. The return would trigger existential crises on a massive scale, forcing us to confront questions we've long avoided. What does it mean to be human, to be civilized, to be part of history? Yet, not all reactions would be negative. Many would find hope in the return. The idea that others have survived collapse, that they have walked the path before us and returned, could inspire us to believe in our own future. Their presence could serve as proof that civilization can endure, that knowledge can be regained, that humanity is capable of more than we imagine. The awe of seeing them might push us to rise above our divisions, to strive for something greater, to see ourselves not as scattered nations but as one species standing at the threshold of a larger story. The truth is, humanity's reaction would not be one thing, it would be everything at once. Fear and awe, resistance and acceptance, conflict and unity. The return of a first civilization would magnify all our tendencies, the best and worst alike. It would bring out courage and cowardice, generosity and greed, humility and arrogance. The world would become a mirror, showing us who we are in the face of the extraordinary. And in that mirror, perhaps we would see the real test, not whether the first civilization chooses to teach or to judge, but whether we can choose to respond with wisdom instead of fear. Their return would challenge us to grow, to stretch beyond our limitations, to see ourselves not as the pinnacle but as a continuation. How we react may determine not only how we meet them, but whether we are ready to join them in the larger story of civilizations across time. When we talk about civilizations that may have risen and fallen long before recorded history, the conversation often drifts toward mystery, speculation, and the unknown. But the truth is, we don't need to imagine hypothetical examples to understand what collapse looks like. Human history is already filled with civilizations that thrived, reached remarkable heights, and then fell into silence. Their ruins are scattered across the world, their stories written in fragments, their lessons etched into stone and memory. If we want to understand what might happen if a first civilization returned or what their fate might teach us, we only need to look at the ones we already know. The Maya built great cities across Central America, with towering pyramids, observatories, and a deep understanding of mathematics and astronomy. They tracked the heavens with extraordinary precision, developed complex calendars, and created art and architecture that still inspire awe. And then, at the height of their power, many of their great cities were abandoned. The reasons are debated: climate change, war, resource depletion, but the pattern is clear. A civilization that seemed destined to endure collapsed under pressures it could not resolve. For centuries, their descendants lived in smaller communities, their great knowledge preserved only in fragments. To modern eyes, it looks like disappearance. To those who lived through it, it must have felt like loss beyond comprehension. The Romans built an empire that stretched across continents, connected by roads, aqueducts, and trade. Their engineers mastered concrete. Their laws shaped governance. Their armies enforced order across vast territories. And yet the empire fractured, weakened by corruption, overextension, and invasions. Cities shrank, infrastructure crumbled, knowledge dispersed. What had once seemed eternal became vulnerable. The fall of Rome was not the end of humanity, but it was the end of a world order, and for centuries much of its knowledge lay dormant until rediscovered. The Indus Valley civilization flourished thousands of years ago in what is now Pakistan and northwest India. They built planned cities with advanced drainage systems, standardized weights, and urban layouts that seem startlingly modern. Yet, their script remains undeciphered, their decline poorly understood. Climate shifts and changing rivers may have played a role, but the details are lost. What remains are silent cities, hints of a people who mastered urban life earlier than most, but whose story ended abruptly. Even the Egyptians, whose monuments still stand, experienced collapse after collapse. Dynasties rose, built, and fell. Knowledge was lost between periods, leaving later rulers puzzled by the very monuments their ancestors had raised. The Greeks, too, had a dark age when literacy was lost for centuries, only to be rediscovered later. Civilizations are not unbroken lines of progress. They rise, they stumble, they fall, and sometimes they rise again. The lesson is clear: collapse is not rare. It is common. It is the rule, rather than the exception. Civilizations depend on fragile balances between people and environment, between innovation and stability, between ambition and restraint. When those balances break, collapse follows, no matter how advanced the society may seem. If we imagine a first civilization older and greater than any we know, it is not hard to believe that they too could have fallen. They would not be the exception but part of the pattern. The question is, what we do with those lessons. When we study the fall of the Maya, we see how climate stress and deforestation can strain a society. When we study Rome, we see how inequality, corruption, and internal division can rot even the strongest empire. When we study the Indus Valley, we see how changes in nature can undermine cities, no matter how well built. Each collapse is different in detail but similar in theme: fragility, overreach, failure to adapt. These lessons echo for us warnings written in the ruins of others. The haunting part is that we rarely listen. Again and again, civilizations fall into the same traps. They consume more than they can sustain. They fight wars that drain their strength. They fail to prepare for changes in climate or environment. They grow too rigid, unable to adapt. And always they believe themselves immune. Every society thinks it is exceptional, that collapse happens to others, that its greatness will endure. But the ruins tell another story. They tell us that collapse is not a possibility but a cycle, and that the only real question is whether we can learn enough to break it. If the first civilization returns, perhaps their greatest role will not be to teach us technologies or to judge our choices, but simply to remind us of what we already know: that greatness does not guarantee survival, that progress can vanish in a generation, that memory fades faster than stone. They may hold up a mirror, not to show us who they are, but to show us who we have always been: fragile, resilient, capable of brilliance, and yet vulnerable to our own mistakes. There is another lesson in these fallen civilizations too. Survival does not always mean endurance of structures or cities. It means endurance of people. The Maya did not vanish. Their descendants still live. Their traditions still endure. Their knowledge still whispers in rituals and stories. Rome did not vanish. Its language and laws still echo through modern nations. The Indus Valley did not vanish. Its people adapted, moved, changed, and continued in other forms. Collapse does not erase humanity. It reshapes it. The same could be true of a first civilization. They may not have disappeared entirely but continued through us, transformed, hidden, forgotten, but alive. This lesson may be the most important of all. Collapse is not the end of the story, only the end of a chapter. What follows is not nothingness but change. We inherit the ruins, we carry fragments forward, we build again. The first civilization, if it existed, may have fallen in spectacular fashion, but if their blood runs in our veins, then their story never ended. It continues through us, just as the story of Rome continues in our laws, just as the story of Egypt continues in our symbols, just as the story of every fallen people continues in those who came after. And maybe that is why their return matters. If they do come back, it will not be to erase or to replace, but to remind us that collapse is survivable, that loss is not the end, that memory can be rebuilt. They will show us that we too are part of a pattern, and that whether we learn from it or not will decide whether our story becomes one of renewal or one of silence. The ruins already speak if we listen. They tell us that civilizations are fragile, that greatness is temporary, that memory is fragile, and that humanity endures anyway. The return of a first civilization would only amplify that truth, forcing us to confront the lessons already written across the earth. We don't need their voices to know the pattern, but perhaps we need their presence to finally believe it. When we talk about a first civilization that may have risen and fallen before our recorded history, most of the time we imagine them as something gone, erased by disaster, swallowed by oceans, or buried beneath the ground. We picture them as absent, waiting perhaps for some future return. But there is another possibility, one even more unsettling because it removes the comfort of distance. What if they never really left? What if they are still here, not as myths or echoes, but as real presences, hidden in ways we cannot yet see? This idea sounds impossible at first, but it has haunted human imagination for as long as stories have been told. Myths of hidden kingdoms, of subterranean realms, of beings who dwell beneath the seas or inside mountains persist across cultures. People speak of underworlds not only as realms of the dead, but as real places where others live. From Tibetan legends of Shambhala to Native American stories of people beneath the earth, from Celtic tales of fairy realms to Hindu descriptions of subterranean worlds, the theme is strikingly consistent. If so many cultures imagine others living alongside us, but unseen, perhaps they are not imagining at all, perhaps they are remembering. Even modern speculation toys with this idea. The notion of a hollow earth, though dismissed by science, continues to fascinate because it resonates with something older. Reports of mysterious lights in caves, of vast caverns stretching miles underground, of unexplored depths in the oceans. These stories feed the possibility that our world is not as empty as we think. We have explored the surface of the planet thoroughly, mapped every continent, flown across every sea, but beneath the crust and within the deep ocean mystery remains. If a first civilization chose to retreat rather than vanish, these would be the places to hide. The oceans are especially convincing. They cover more than 70% of the planet, and yet we know less about their depths than we do about the surface of Mars. Strange lights, unexplained sounds, massive structures on the seafloor, these mysteries continue to appear in research, often dismissed as natural phenomena, but sometimes stubbornly defying easy explanation. Legends of undersea kingdoms, mermaids, and sea gods may be exaggerated, but perhaps they are distortions of encounters with beings who moved into the deep long ago. If a civilization had the technology to build beneath the waves, or to adapt themselves biologically to marine life, they could survive in places where we cannot easily follow. In that case, they would not be gone. They would simply be elsewhere, watching from the darkness below. The same applies to the idea of parallel realms or dimensions. Physics entertains the possibility of dimensions beyond the three we perceive. hidden layers of reality that we cannot access with our senses. Myths across cultures speak of other worlds that exist alongside our own, places entered through dreams, rituals, or hidden doorways. If the first civilization mastered access to such realms, then they may not have left at all. They may be living alongside us right now, just beyond the reach of our perception. Stories of spirits, angels, fairies, or otherworldly beings could be distorted encounters with them. To us, they would seem supernatural. To them, it would simply be a different address in the same vast universe. And then there are the stories of visitors. Throughout history, people have described beings arriving in strange lights, descending from the skies or appearing suddenly only to vanish again. Some modern interpretations call these extraterrestrials. But what if they're not from other planets at all? What if they are from here, remnants of a civilization that never left, emerging from hidden places to check on us, to guide, or perhaps to remind? If so, the phenomenon we call alien might not be alien at all, but ancestral. We might not be visited from afar, but from within, by those who have always shared the earth with us in ways we cannot comprehend. This possibility complicates our understanding of return. If they never left, then their return is not something that will happen in the future, but something that may already be happening, in glimpses and encounters too strange for us to accept. Maybe the reason myths of teachers, gods, and strange beings are so persistent is because they were never myths to begin with. Maybe the reason we struggle to find evidence of their civilization is because we are looking in the wrong place. We expect ruins and artifacts, but what if the civilization itself still endures, hidden in plain sight? Of course, hiding is not the same as absence. If they are here, why remain hidden? One answer might be choice. Perhaps they see us as not ready, still too fragile or volatile to handle knowledge of their existence. Perhaps they prefer to watch and wait, stepping in only at key moments to influence or guide. This would explain the recurring stories of sudden appearances, figures who teach, warn, or save before vanishing again. Their secrecy may not be deceit, but caution. The same caution we might use if we encountered a younger species, not yet ready to meet us as equals. Another answer could be necessity. Perhaps they retreated because of catastrophe, because of vulnerability, because the world above became too unstable. If so, they may survive, but in diminished form, unable to reveal themselves openly without risking destruction. To them, secrecy is survival, a way of continuing while the world recovers. Their hidden presence would then be less about guiding us, and more about enduring alongside us, hoping one day to emerge when the conditions are right. And then there is the most radical possibility that we are their disguise, that they never left because they became us. If their civilization collapsed, if they scattered, if they lost their cities and technologies, then they may have blended into the populations that followed. Over generations, their identity would fade, their memory dissolve, until they were no longer a separate people but humanity itself. If that is true, then their survival is not hidden in oceans or mountains, but in our blood, our bones, our stories. They never left because they are us, and their return is not a matter of arrival but of recognition. This idea makes sense of why myths feel so familiar. We tell stories of gods who look like us, who feel like us, who love and fight and mourn as we do. We describe beings who arrive not as strangers but as family, offering gifts of knowledge as though they're reminders rather than revelations. We feel an instinctive pull toward mysteries of the past, as though searching for something we already know. If the first civilization never left, then all of this is memory, not imagination. We are searching for them because we are searching for ourselves. The unsettling part is that we might never be able to prove it. If they are hidden beneath the seas, if they live in dimensions beyond our senses, if they walk among us disguised as us, then the evidence will always be elusive. Their existence will remain a matter of belief, speculation, hints, and whispers. And yet, absence of proof is not proof of absence. The very persistence of these ideas across cultures and ages may be the strongest evidence we have. People do not tell the same stories for thousands of years without cause. Something inspired them, something real enough to endure even as details blurred. If they never left, then the real question is not about them but about us. How do we live with the possibility that we're not alone, not even on our own planet? How do we respond to the idea that our ancestors may be living alongside us, unseen but present? Do we dismiss it as fantasy, or do we allow the possibility to reshape our sense of the world? Perhaps the answer lies not in finding them, but in living as though they are here, as though our actions are already being witnessed by those who came before, and maybe that is the point. If the first civilization never left, then their greatest influence is not in their return but in their presence, quiet and hidden, shaping us not with direct contact but with the weight of possibility. We live differently when we know we are observed, we think differently when we know we are not alone. Perhaps that is the lesson, that whether or not we see them, whether or not they reveal themselves, the knowledge that they might still be here is enough to remind us that our story is not ours alone. When we speak about the first civilization, we almost always imagine them as something behind us, a chapter from long ago, erased and waiting to be rediscovered. But what if the story is not only about the past? What if the real weight of the question is not whether they once lived, but whether we might one day become them? Tomorrow's ancestors are us, and in the cycles of history, we may find that we are not just descendants, but also the next in line to carry the same fate. The thought is unsettling because it turns the mirror back on ourselves. It asks not only what they were, but what we will be. Civilizations rise, collapse, and vanish. We see this in the Maya, in Rome, in countless others. We imagine it happened to the first civilization, and we know deep down that it could happen to us. Our skyscrapers may one day crumble into dust, our satellites fall from orbit, our cities drown beneath rising seas. What will remain of us in 10,000 years? In 50,000? If someone then digs into the earth, will they find fragments of plastic, shards of glass, whispers of stories etched in digital code they can no longer read? Or will they find nothing at all, our memory dissolved completely, leaving only myths of a time when giants walked the earth? If history is cyclical, then we are already tomorrow's ancestors. We are building the ruins that others may one day uncover, the stories others may tell. The question is not whether we will fall. Every civilization does. But what kind of memory we will leave behind? Will our descendants remember us as builders, as dreamers, as seekers of knowledge? Or will they remember us as careless, as destroyers, as people who had power but lacked wisdom? The first civilization, if it returns, may not only remind us of what came before, but warn us of what we risk becoming. There is something strange in the way we both fear and long for contact with a first civilization. The fear comes from the unknown, from the possibility that they will judge us, overshadow us, reveal our limitations. But the longing comes from recognition, from the hope that their story is not only about them but about us. If they endured collapse, if they survived, if they lived on through us or beside us, then perhaps we too can endure. Perhaps our fall, if it comes, will not be the end, but only a transformation. Perhaps tomorrow's people will look back on us with the same mixture of awe and confusion with which we look back on them. The irony is that we may already be the ones who return. Think of how often humanity speaks of colonizing other planets, of sending explorers across the stars. If we succeed, if we spread across space, then one day we may circle back to Earth, descendants of Earth's children, returning to the home world after thousands of years. To the people still here, we would look like visitors from the sky, strangers with knowledge, beings who vanished into the stars and came back changed. They would tell stories about us the way we tell stories about gods and ancient teachers. In that moment, we would not only be the descendants of a first civilization, but the ancestors of another, looping back into the same pattern. This possibility makes the cycle feel almost inevitable. Civilizations rise, they fall, they scatter, and then they return. The return may not always be literal. Sometimes it is in myths, sometimes in echoes, sometimes in bloodlines, but the pattern repeats over and over. If we are tomorrow's ancestors, then one day our descendants may tell stories about us, about cities that touched the sky, about machines that flew without wings, about fire harnessed from the atom. To them, these will sound like myths. To them, we will be the first civilization. And when they rebuild, they will search for us the way we search for those who came before. It is humbling to think that we may already be living the story we are trying to uncover. We search for the first civilization as though they are lost, but in the process we're writing ourselves into the same role. Our ruins, our myths, our echoes will one day be the puzzle someone else tries to solve. They will ask, who were these people? How did they live? Where did they go? And they will wonder whether we too disappeared, whether we too never really left, whether we too are waiting for a moment to return. The thought forces us to consider how we live now. If we are to be tomorrow's ancestors, what kind of legacy do we want to leave? Will it be one of wisdom, of resilience, of survival, or will it be one of arrogance, of destruction, of knowledge lost too quickly to be remembered? The first civilization may have had the same choices. Perhaps they too debated, fought, dreamed, and stumbled. Perhaps they too wondered what kind of future they were writing for their descendants. If they are gone, then their choices became their silence. If they return, then their choices became survival. Either way, their fate may be the blueprint of our own. Somewhere in this cycle lies comfort. Collapse is frightening, but it is also survivable. Memory fades, but it also endures in fragments. If we are tomorrow's ancestors, then our story will not end with us. It will continue in ways we cannot yet imagine, carried by those who come after, reshaped by time, retold in myths, rediscovered in ruins. That continuity is what connects us to the first civilization, what binds us to them across time. They're not just the past, they are the reflection of our future, and in turn we are not just the present, we are the seeds of what will come next. So when we ask whether Earth's first civilization will return, maybe the real question is whether we will return. Maybe the cycle is less about them and more about us, less about ghosts of the past and more about echoes of the future. Perhaps we are destined to play both roles, descendants of the forgotten and ancestors of the unknown, living in the middle of a story that has no true beginning or end. If that is the case, then the answer to the question of their return may already be written. They will return because we will, and the story will continue as it always has, in endless loops of memory and forgetting, collapse and renewal, departure and return. We've wandered through myths and ruins, oceans and stars, fragments of memory and speculation about what might return, and now we arrive at the quiet part. The space where we pause to breathe and look back at the path behind us. Not to finish the story, but to let it rest for a while in that soft space between certainty and mystery. The idea of Earth's first civilization is not just a puzzle about the past, it is also a mirror we hold up to ourselves. Every time we wonder whether they existed, whether they left, whether they will return, we're really asking questions about our own story. What are we building? What will remain of us? What kind of ancestors are we becoming? The wonder lies not only in imagining them, but in realizing that they are a reflection of what we might be. They may have walked here before us, but in their shadow we see our own footprints forming. Think about the way myths endure. They are not just stories but memories preserved in disguise, passed across centuries by people who may not have understood their full meaning but knew they mattered. Every flood story, every tale of gods in the sky, every legend of fire and return is like a seed planted in soil waiting for the right time to sprout. We've walked through those myths together, not to prove them true or false, but to feel their persistence, to sense that something in them carries weight. That weight is not evidence in the scientific sense, but it is evidence of longing, of memory, of human hearts reaching for something they cannot quite grasp. That is its own kind of truth. And then there is the silence of archaeology, the silence of oceans, the silence of DNA, the silence of time itself. We search, we dig, we measure, and so often what we find is absence. No writing to decode, no machines to recover, no voices left behind. But silence too has meaning. It tells us that the earth can swallow whole worlds, that memory can vanish, that civilizations can become invisible, and yet here we are, still asking. Silence does not erase the question. It deepens it. It reminds us that what we do not know may be just as important as what we do. Speculating about their return forces us to imagine possibilities far beyond our normal scale of thought. Could they return through time, stepping back into our world as though they had only taken a short journey? Could they emerge from oceans, from caverns, from dimensions we cannot yet perceive? Could they already be here, hidden in myths, in fragments of technology, in our very blood? These questions are not only about them, they're about expanding what we allow ourselves to imagine. Because imagination is not frivolous. It is the first step toward discovery. Every breakthrough we've ever had began as a thought that seemed impossible. And then there is the weight of wonder itself, that gentle, heavy feeling that sits with you when you realize you are part of something vast and mysterious. The thought that we are not the first, not the pinnacle, not alone in history, that our story may be one chapter in a book so large we can barely glimpse its cover. Wonder humbles us, but it also lifts us. It reminds us that not knowing is not failure, it is possibility. It is the space where hope lives. If the first civilization ever does return, maybe their greatest gift will not be technology or knowledge, but perspective. They might show us that history is longer than we thought, that memory runs deeper than we believed, that the universe is wider than we dared to imagine. They might show us that we're not starting from nothing, that we're carrying a torch handed down across ages, a light that has flickered but never fully gone out. That is the wonder, to see ourselves not as isolated but as connected, not as the beginning but as part of something unbroken. But even if they never return, the wonder remains because the act of asking is itself transformative. To sit and think about civilizations lost and found, to imagine them rising from the waves or stepping from the stars, is to remember that the world is bigger than the narrow lines of our daily lives. It is to feel curiosity, humility, and hope all at once. It is to realize that we don't need all the answers to be moved by the questions. Sometimes the wonder itself is enough. And so we close not with certainty but with the gentle weight of that wonder. You carry it now as you sit in your own time, in your own place, listening to these words. Maybe you feel a trace of awe, or a ripple of unease, or simply a quiet curiosity about what might be. Whatever it is, it belongs to you. That feeling connects you to every person who ever looked up at the stars, who ever wondered what came before, who ever dreamed of what might return. It connects you to the first civilization, whether they were real or imagined, whether they're gone or still here. Hello there, and thank you again for listening to Simply About Earth. If you found this journey soothing or thought-provoking, consider staying with us a while longer, sharing the space where wonder and story meet. Because in the end, that's all this is. Not an ending, not a final answer, but a moment of reflection carried gently forward. Tonight we continue our journey into the possibility that haunts the edges of history, that somewhere in the deep past, before memory became myth and myth became whisper, there walked a civilization whose story we are still trying to read. But this time we turn our gaze not only backward but inward, not only to what they might have been, but to what they might have left sleeping within the very fabric of our world. If you're finding these explorations as compelling as we do, if these questions stir something in you that feels both familiar and mysterious, please consider giving this video a like and subscribing to join our community of wanderers. It's these quiet moments of shared curiosity that keep this corner of the internet alive, and knowing you're walking this path with us makes every step more meaningful. So let us begin again. with a question that feels both simple and impossibly complex. If Earth's first civilization did exist, if they built and dreamed and perhaps fell, what did they leave behind that we haven't yet learned to see? We've spoken of ruins buried under sand and sea, of myths that might be memories in disguise, of genetic whispers that could carry their story in our very bones. But there is something else, something that exists in the space between the physical and the metaphysical, between what we can measure and what we can only sense. What if their greatest legacy is not in stone or symbol, but in the invisible architecture they built into the world itself? What if they shaped not just the landscape, but the very patterns through which consciousness flows, the ways in which awareness moves through time and space like water finding its course? Consider for a moment how certain places on Earth seem to pulse with something more than geological history. There are spots where people across cultures and centuries have felt something, a presence, a resonance, a quality of attention that seems to listen back when you listen to it. The ancient Greeks called these genius loci, the spirits of place. But what if this isn't superstition? What if some locations hold a kind of memory that goes deeper than our usual understanding of how memory works? We see this in the way certain sites draw people across vast distances and through countless generations. Stonehenge, the pyramids, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, yes, they are architectural marvels, but they are also something more. They are places where human consciousness seems to expand, where the boundary between self and cosmos grows thin. Indigenous peoples worldwide speak of sacred sites not as tourist destinations but as portals, places where the veil between worlds grows gossamer fine. They describe them not in terms of what you can see, but in terms of what you can become when you stand there quietly enough, long enough, openly enough. What if the first civilization understood this geography of consciousness in ways we have forgotten? What if they didn't just build monuments but cultivated these qualities of place, nurturing certain locations like gardens where awareness could bloom? Imagine them not as primitive architects struggling with massive stones, but as consciousness cartographers, mapping the subtle currents through which attention flows across the planet. Their stone circles, their precisely aligned structures, their temples built on sites that seem to hum with an energy older than human habitation. What if these were not just observatories or tombs, but instruments designed to tune the resonance between mind and world? This idea feels almost too strange to entertain, until you remember how much we still don't understand about consciousness itself. We know it arises somehow from the brain, but we cannot say how or why. We know it can be altered by place, by practice, by the simple act of standing still beneath a vast sky, but we cannot measure what changes or how. The first civilization may have lived in a time when the boundaries between inner and outer were not as firmly drawn as they are for us. If consciousness is indeed more fundamental than we suppose, if it is woven into the fabric of reality rather than merely emerging from complex arrangements of matter, then perhaps they learned to work with it directly. Their technology might not have been about manipulating objects, but about cultivating states of being. Their engineering might not have been mechanical, but experiential. Their architecture might have been designed not just to shelter bodies, but to transform minds. This would explain why so many ancient sites seem to induce altered states in those who visit them. The chambers of the Great Pyramid create acoustic effects that can shift brainwave patterns. The stone circles of Britain channel sound in ways that seem designed to create resonance in human skulls. Temples from Peru to Cambodia are built with mathematical precision that mirrors the frequencies found in meditative states. We tend to assume these effects are accidental, side products of construction techniques focused on other goals. But what if they were intentional? What if the first civilization was as sophisticated in their understanding of consciousness as we are in our understanding of electromagnetism? If so, then their return might not be announced by ships in the sky or beings emerging from the sea. It might be heralded by a gradual awakening of these dormant sites, a reactivation of the subtle technologies they embedded in the earth itself. We might begin to notice that certain places are becoming more active. that standing stones once silent are beginning to hum with frequencies just below the threshold of hearing, that ancient temples are generating electromagnetic fields that shouldn't exist, that the very ground beneath our feet in certain locations is developing properties that make our instruments behave in unexpected ways. And perhaps some of us would begin to remember, not with our minds but with something deeper. Standing in these places, we might find ourselves knowing things we never learned, seeing patterns that connect the movement of stars to the flow of rivers to the rhythm of breath. We might remember how to read the language written in stone and sky, how to listen to the conversations that mountains have with clouds. This remembering would not come all at once, but gradually, like dawn breaking over a landscape we thought we knew. And those who remembered most clearly might find themselves becoming bridges, conduits through which the wisdom of the first civilization could flow back into the world. It sounds like fantasy, but so did the idea that information could travel instantly across the globe, that humans could walk on the moon, that we could peer into the hearts of atoms. The impossible has a way of becoming inevitable. The mystical has a way of revealing itself as simply another layer of the natural world we had not yet learned to perceive. And if this is how they return, not as separate beings, but as an awakening of capacities that have always been latent within us and within the world itself, then perhaps we are already seeing the first stirrings of that return. Perhaps the growing interest in meditation, in consciousness research, in the exploration of non-ordinary states of awareness, perhaps these are not just cultural trends but symptoms of a deeper awakening. Perhaps more and more people are beginning to sense that reality is far stranger and more alive than our current worldview allows. Perhaps we are beginning to remember what it means to live in a conscious universe, to inhabit a world where mind and matter dance together in ways we are only now starting to glimpse. The idea challenges everything we think we know about the past and the future, about what it means to be human in a cosmos that might be far more aware than we ever dared to imagine. But perhaps that challenge is exactly what we need, a call to expand not just our knowledge, but our very capacity for knowing. If the first civilization does return through the awakening of consciousness itself, then each of us becomes both witness and participant in that return. We become the bridge between what was lost and what is being found, between the ancient wisdom that sleeps in stone and the future wisdom that stirs in the depths of our own being. And perhaps that is the most extraordinary possibility of all, that we are not just seeking the first civilization but becoming them, not just remembering who they were but discovering who we might yet become when we learn to see the world through eyes that remember how to wonder. There is something peculiar about the way certain numbers appear again and again in the monuments and myths of the ancient world, patterns so consistent across cultures and continents that they seem to point toward a shared source of knowledge that predates the civilizations we know. We find it in the 26,000-year cycle of precession that appears encoded in temple alignments from Cambodia to England, in the mathematical constants hidden within the dimensions of pyramids, in the astronomical periods woven into creation myths that span from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica. These are not simple numbers that any culture might stumble upon independently. They require sophisticated observation over vast periods of time, precise calculation, and a level of cosmic awareness that seems to emerge from nowhere in the historical record. Take the Mayan long count calendar, which tracked cycles of time stretching over 5,125 years with mathematical precision that rivals our modern calculations. Where did this knowledge come from? How did a civilization that we're told had no written history before 300 BCE suddenly appear with calendrical systems more accurate than those used by medieval Europeans? Or consider the builders of Göbekli Tepe, who somehow knew to align their massive stone pillars with stellar positions that would not repeat for 26,000 years. This was not casual stargazing, but deliberate encoding of cosmic cycles into permanent monuments, as if they were leaving messages for a future humanity that would eventually develop the astronomical knowledge to decode them. The same patterns appear in structures across the globe. The Great Pyramid's dimensions encode the mathematical relationship between Earth and Moon. Stonehenge tracks not just annual cycles, but the 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle. Angkor Wat mirrors the 72-year rate of precession in its architectural proportions. 72 is a number that appears with almost mystical frequency in ancient traditions. The Egyptians spoke of 72 conspirators who dismembered Osiris. The Kabbalistic tradition describes 72 names of God. Hindu cosmology identifies 72,000 subtle energy channels in the human body, and modern astronomy tells us that the stars shift by 1 degree every 72 years due to precession. This cannot be coincidence. These numbers point toward a deep understanding of cycles, not just earthly rhythms, but cosmic ones that play out over millennia. They suggest a civilization that thought in terms of deep time, that built not just for their own generation, but for an understanding that would unfold across ages. What if the first civilization was working with a model of time that was fundamentally cyclical, rather than linear? What if they understood history not as a straight line of progress, but as a vast spiral, events and patterns returning but at higher levels of complexity? This would explain why so many ancient cultures speak of time in wheels and cycles, why they built monuments designed to track not just years and seasons, but the grand cycles of precession that take millennia to complete. They were not just measuring time, but encoding their understanding of how consciousness itself evolves through these great turnings of the cosmic wheel. Perhaps they foresaw that knowledge would be lost and rediscovered in predictable patterns, that civilizations would rise and fall according to rhythms as regular as the turning of the stars. Perhaps their monuments were not just observatories but prophecies, calculations that pointed toward moments when humanity would be ready to remember what had been forgotten. If so, then we might be living in one of those moments of return. The astronomical alignments built into ancient sites are becoming active again, as the celestial cycles they track reach completion. The knowledge encoded in stone is becoming relevant as our own scientific understanding advances enough to decode it. We stand at the end of the Mayan long count, at the completion of multiple astronomical cycles that were being tracked by cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. According to these ancient calculations, this is a time of transition, a moment when old cycles end and new ones begin. But transition to what? Perhaps to a level of consciousness that can integrate the wisdom of the past with the knowledge of the present, that can see the patterns connecting the movement of galaxies to the development of awareness itself. The first civilization may have been working with an understanding of these patterns that we are only now beginning to glimpse. They may have known that consciousness evolves in spirals, that what appears to be progress is often a return to ancient wisdom at a higher level of integration. If so, then their return is not just possible but inevitable, written into the very structure of time itself. We are not just waiting for them to come back, but participating in the cosmic cycle that brings all things around again, but different, but transformed by the journey through time and space, and forgetting and remembering. This perspective changes everything about how we understand both past and future. It suggests that the knowledge we seek is not lost but dormant, not destroyed but waiting for the right moment in the cycle to reawaken. It implies that the wisdom traditions that speak of eternal return are not metaphorical but literal, that consciousness itself follows laws as precise as those governing the movement of planets. And it hints that we are not just descendants of the first civilization, but participants in its return, not just inheritors of their legacy, but co-creators of their resurrection. We are the ones through whom the ancient knowledge returns to the world, the ones in whom the memory of what was becomes the seed of what will be. The numbers carved in stone track not just the movement of stars, but the evolution of awareness itself, the gradual awakening of consciousness to its own cosmic nature. And if those calculations are correct, then we are living in a time when that awakening accelerates, when the long spiral of forgetting begins to curve back toward remembering. Perhaps the first civilization knew this day would come. Perhaps they built their monuments and encoded their knowledge precisely for this moment when the cycles align and the time of return begins. Perhaps we are not seeking them but fulfilling their deepest prophecy, becoming the civilization they always knew we could become, when the wheel of time brought us back to the place where their story and ours converge. The patterns written in stone and star point toward this possibility, the mathematics of memory and return played out across the grand stage of cosmic time, and we are both audience and actors in this ancient drama, both seekers and the answer to our own seeking, both the lost children of a forgotten civilization and the mature inheritors of wisdom that was planted long ago to bloom in the fullness of time. In the deepest archives of consciousness, in those repositories of human experience that are not written in books, but carried in the collective memory of our species, there are dreams that recur across cultures and centuries with such consistency that they seem less like personal visions and more like shared remembrances. Dreams of cities that glow with soft light beneath vast domes of crystal, of technologies that respond to thought rather than touch, of beings who move with a grace that suggests they have transcended the limitations that bind us to weight and worry and the constant struggle against gravity's pull. These dreams come to people who have never read about Atlantis or studied ancient civilizations, children who wake speaking of homes under the sea, artists who find themselves painting landscapes. They claim to remember, though they have never seen them, inventors who describe machines that work on principles we have not yet discovered. The psychologist Carl Jung wrote of the collective unconscious, a deeper layer of mind that all humans share, populated by archetypal images and patterns that transcend individual experience. But what if these recurring dreams of advanced civilizations are not just archetypes, but actual memories? The echoes of experiences that shaped our species so profoundly that they left permanent impressions in the deepest strata of human consciousness. What if the first civilization lives on not just in our genes but in our dreams, in the landscapes that feel familiar when we first encounter them, in the technologies that seem like rediscoveries rather than inventions, in the persistent sense that we have forgotten something important about how to live? Consider how often breakthrough discoveries come not through logical deduction, but through dreams and sudden insights. Kekulé discovered the structure of benzene in a dream of a snake eating its own tail. Tesla visualized his alternating current motor in a flash of inspiration while walking in a park. Einstein's theory of relativity emerged from thought experiments that felt more like play than work. What if these moments of breakthrough were not just individual genius but access to a deeper source of knowledge, memories of solutions that were once known but have been waiting in the unconscious for the right moment to resurface? The phenomenon extends beyond science into art, architecture, music, creators across history describing their greatest works as discoveries rather than inventions, as if they were uncovering something that already existed rather than bringing something new into being. Renaissance architects spoke of rediscovering the principles of classical building rather than inventing new ones. Musicians describe finding melodies that feel eternal rather than composing them. Writers tell of characters who seem to exist independently of their imagination, as if the act of creation is really an act of remembering. What if human creativity is not just individual expression but a form of collective memory, a way of accessing knowledge that transcends the boundaries of personal experience? What if the greatest achievements of human civilization are not innovations but recollections, not leaps forward but steps back toward a wisdom we once possessed? This would explain why certain discoveries feel inevitable, why multiple people often arrive at the same insight simultaneously, why the history of human knowledge feels less like a random walk through possibility space and more like the gradual recovery of a map that was once complete. It would also explain why certain places seem to facilitate these breakthrough moments, why pilgrimage sites and sacred spaces have been associated with revelation and insight across cultures and centuries. Perhaps these locations hold some quality that makes the deeper layers of memory more accessible, that opens channels between conscious awareness and the vast reservoir of knowledge that sleeps beneath ordinary thought. The first civilization may have understood this geography of memory, may have known how to cultivate states of consciousness that could access these deeper layers of knowing. Their temples and stone circles might have been designed not just to track astronomical cycles, but to facilitate remembering, to create conditions under which the knowledge of ages could flow back into awareness. If so, then their return might be happening not through physical arrival, but through the gradual reactivation of these memory networks, the slow emergence of knowledge that has been waiting in the depths of consciousness for the right conditions to resurface. We see hints of this in the growing interest in meditation and contemplative practices, in the scientific investigation of consciousness and non-ordinary states, in the revival of ancient wisdom traditions that speak of direct knowing rather than accumulated information. Perhaps we are beginning to remember how to remember, beginning to rediscover the technologies of consciousness that allow access to knowledge that transcends individual learning. Perhaps the boundaries between self and cosmos, between mind and matter, between present and past are starting to dissolve in ways that allow the wisdom of ages to flow back into the world. This remembering would not happen all at once, but gradually, like dawn breaking over a landscape that was always there but hidden by darkness. And those who remember most clearly would become bridges, conduits through which the knowledge of the first civilization could return to human awareness. They would be the dreamers and visionaries, the artists and inventors, the mystics and scientists who find themselves knowing things they never learned, seeing connections that transcend the boundaries of conventional thought, bringing forth innovations that feel less like discoveries and more like homecomings. And perhaps this is already happening. Perhaps we are already living in the early stages of this great remembering. Perhaps the acceleration of human knowledge and capability we have witnessed over the past centuries is not just progress but recollection, not evolution but return, not advancement but awakening to capacities that have always been latent within us. The dreams that visit us in sleep might be messages from this deeper knowing, invitations to remember what we have forgotten, glimpses of possibilities that once were real and could be real again. The visions that come to artists and inventors might be fragments of a larger picture that is slowly reassembling itself in human consciousness. And the persistent sense that we are not living up to our potential, that we are capable of so much more than we currently express, that there is a way of being human that is more graceful, more connected, more alive than what we currently know. Perhaps this is the memory of the first civilization stirring within us, the seed of their return, taking root in the soil of our own becoming. If this is how they return, not as separate beings but as the awakening of capacities that were always ours, then we are not just witnesses to their resurrection but participants in it. We are the ones through whom they live again, the ones in whom their dreams become reality, the ones who transform their memory into tomorrow's world. And perhaps that was always the plan. Perhaps they knew that the most enduring legacy is not monuments of stone but monuments of consciousness, not buildings that last for millennia, but ways of being that can be reborn in every generation that learns to remember, to dream, to become the bridge between what was lost and what is waiting to be found. In the margins of conventional history, there are accounts that scholars prefer not to discuss, testimonies that don't fit comfortably within the accepted narrative of human development, reports that sound too strange to be true yet too detailed to be dismissed entirely. These are the anomalous artifacts and impossible objects that surface from time to time in archaeological digs, the out-of-place items that suggest technologies existing millennia before they supposedly should have, the discoveries that get quietly filed away because they threaten to complicate the neat progression we've constructed from stone tools to spaceflight. The Antikythera mechanism was one such object, dismissed for decades as an impossible anachronism, until detailed analysis revealed it to be a sophisticated analog computer from ancient Greece. But for every Antikythera mechanism that eventually receives scientific recognition, how many others remain buried in museum storage rooms, labeled as curiosities or dismissed as hoaxes because they challenge our assumptions about what was possible when? There are the perfectly spherical metallic objects found in South African mines, embedded in rock formations supposedly millions of years old, the precision machined pipes discovered in ancient Chinese deposits, the crystal skulls that seem to demonstrate lapidary techniques we cannot duplicate even today. Each item taken individually can be explained away, misdated, misidentified, attributed to natural processes or later contamination, but taken together, they form a pattern that suggests our timeline of technological development may be incomplete, that advanced capabilities may have existed in the past and been lost, that human civilization may be far older and more complex than we suppose. Even more intriguing are the reports of contemporary encounters with technologies that seem to operate on principles we don't understand, objects that display capabilities beyond our current science, yet bear no resemblance to anything in our technological repertoire. The phenomenon stretches back through recorded history. Medieval manuscripts described flying machines that bear no resemblance to birds or any known aircraft. Renaissance artists painted objects in the sky that look remarkably like modern UFO reports. Indigenous cultures worldwide tell of star people who arrived in vehicles that could travel between worlds. Most of these accounts are dismissed as myth, imagination, or misperception. But what if some represent encounters with technology from the first civilization, remnants of their science that continue to operate even though their creators have vanished from conventional history? This possibility takes on new significance when we consider that the most advanced technologies tend to become more rather than less mysterious as they develop. Arthur C. Clarke's observation that sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic may apply not just to future innovations but to past ones, technologies so sophisticated that they appear supernatural to those who encounter them without understanding their operating principles. The first civilization's science may have developed along paths we have not yet explored, based on understandings of physics that complement rather than contradict our current knowledge, but extend it in directions we have not yet imagined. Their technologies might manipulate aspects of reality that we barely acknowledge, working with consciousness directly, harnessing subtle energies we cannot yet measure, operating on principles that blur the boundaries between mind and matter. If such technologies exist, they would explain many of the anomalous phenomena that appear throughout history and continue into the present. Objects that seem to respond to observation, craft that move in ways that violate our understanding of aerodynamics, encounters with intelligences that seem simultaneously physical and non-physical. These might not be visitors from other planets, but remnants of Earth's own forgotten future, artifacts of a science so advanced that it appears magical to us, evidence that consciousness and technology can be integrated in ways we have not yet learned to imagine. The implications are staggering. If the first civilization developed technologies based on consciousness rather than mechanics, if they learned to manipulate reality through direct mental interface rather than physical tools, then their legacy might be all around us in forms we do not recognize. What we interpret as supernatural phenomena might be the operation of these consciousness-based technologies, still functioning according to their original programming, but appearing miraculous to a civilization that has forgotten how to work with consciousness directly. The reports of objects that appear and disappear, that seem solid to some observers but transparent to others, that respond to the mental state of those who encounter them, these might be glimpses of technologies that operate at the intersection of mind and matter, devices designed by a civilization that understood consciousness to be as fundamental as energy and matter. Such technologies would explain why encounters with anomalous phenomena often seem more like communications than mere observations, why witnesses frequently report feelings of recognition rather than complete bewilderment, why these experiences often catalyze profound personal transformations rather than simple curiosity. If the first civilization's technology was designed to interface with consciousness directly, then encounters with their remnants would naturally trigger recognition at levels deeper than rational thought, memories that exist below the threshold of ordinary awareness, knowings that emerge not through analysis but through direct experience. This would also explain why such encounters resist conventional documentation, why they seem to adapt to the expectations and consciousness of the observer, why they leave physical evidence that is often ambiguous rather than definitively proof. Technologies based on consciousness might naturally exhibit this quality of interactive responsiveness, appearing in forms that the observer's mind can process without being overwhelmed, revealing themselves gradually rather than all at once, operating more like teachers than mere objects. And perhaps this is intentional. Perhaps the first civilization designed their most advanced technologies to function as consciousness catalysts, devices that would remain dormant until humanity developed sufficient awareness to interact with them safely and beneficially. If so, then the increasing reports of anomalous phenomena might signal that we are approaching this threshold, that our collective consciousness is beginning to resonate with technologies that have been waiting for millennia for us to become ready to perceive them. The strange objects in the sky, the impossible archaeological artifacts, the technologies that seem to operate on principles we don't understand. Perhaps these are not invasions or intrusions, but invitations, glimpses of capabilities that were once ours and could be ours again when we remember how to see reality through eyes that understand consciousness to be creative rather than merely observational. The first civilization's return might not be a single event, but a gradual emergence of their technologies into our awareness, a slow revelation of sciences based on principles we're only beginning to discover, a gentle awakening to the fact that the universe is far more responsive to consciousness than we have dared to imagine. And if this is true, then we are not just witnesses to their return, but participants in it, not just observers of impossible objects, but co-creators of the reality in which they become possible, not just inheritors of their legacy, but the ones through whom their deepest technologies return to active operation in the world. There is a quality of attention that certain people develop, a way of seeing that penetrates beyond the surface appearance of things to perceive the patterns that connect, the underlying intelligence that weaves through seemingly separate phenomena like a golden thread through a vast tapestry. These individuals appear throughout history as the great pattern recognizers, the synthesizers who see relationships that others miss, the visionaries who perceive wholes where others see only parts. They are the scientists who discover universal principles, the artists who capture archetypal truths, the mystics who glimpse the unity that underlies apparent diversity. But what if this capacity for pattern recognition is not just individual talent, but a form of remembering, an awakening of cognitive abilities that were once common but have been largely dormant in human consciousness for millennia? What if the first civilization possessed this enhanced pattern recognition as a normal attribute? If they lived with an awareness that could perceive the deeper connections between mind and cosmos, between the movement of atoms and the dance of galaxies, between the cycles of breath and the turning of stars, such awareness would explain their astronomical knowledge, their ability to track celestial cycles spanning thousands of years, their capacity to encode cosmic patterns into architectural monuments that serve as eternal libraries of mathematical and astronomical information. It would also explain their apparent understanding of consciousness as a fundamental force rather than merely an emergent property of complex brains, their development of technologies that worked with awareness directly, their integration of inner and outer development in ways that our current civilization has yet to achieve. This expanded awareness might be what we are in the process of rediscovering, what cognitive scientists call systems thinking, what ecologists term ecological consciousness, what quantum physicists describe as observer participation in the creation of reality. We see it emerging in the growing recognition that consciousness cannot be separated from the cosmos it observes, that the act of knowing participates in the creation of what is known, that awareness and reality are more intimately connected than our materialistic worldview has acknowledged. We see it in the increasing interest in holistic approaches to health and healing, in the development of biomimicry and ecological design, in the emergence of technologies that work with natural systems rather than against them. Perhaps most significantly, we see it in the growing number of individuals who report experiences of expanded awareness, moments when the boundaries between self and world become permeable, when the interconnectedness of all things becomes not just an intellectual concept, but a lived reality. These experiences often trigger profound changes in perspective. a shift from seeing oneself as isolated and separate to understanding oneself as part of a larger living system, from viewing consciousness as confined to the skull to recognizing it as a field that extends far beyond the boundaries of the individual. Those who undergo such shifts often find themselves able to perceive patterns that were previously invisible, to make connections across disciplines and domains that seemed unrelated, to access insights that feel less like personal discoveries and more like remembrances of something always known, but temporarily forgotten. What if these awakening individuals are the first fruits of humanity's return to the expanded awareness that characterized the first civilization? What if they are the bridges through whom the consciousness of ages past begins to flow back into the world? If so, then their experiences and insights might provide clues about the nature of the awareness we are in the process of recovering, glimpses of cognitive capacities that were once commonplace, but have been dormant in our species for so long that we have forgotten they ever existed. They speak of reality as fundamentally conscious rather than merely material, of time as fluid rather than linear, of space as alive rather than empty, of consciousness as creative rather than merely observational. They describe a universe that is more like a living organism than a vast machine, more like a cosmic mind than a collection of separate objects. These perspectives align remarkably with both ancient wisdom traditions and cutting-edge discoveries in quantum physics, systems theory, and consciousness research. They suggest that we may be in the process of rediscovering scientifically what the first civilization knew experientially, that awareness and cosmos are partners in an ongoing dance of creation. If this rediscovery continues to accelerate, we might find ourselves developing capabilities that seem impossible from our current perspective, but may have been natural from theirs. The ability to access information through direct knowing rather than sensory observation, to influence physical systems through focused intention, to communicate across vast distances without technological mediation. These might sound like superpowers or supernatural abilities, but they may simply be the natural capacities of consciousness when it is no longer confined by the belief that it is separate from the reality it observes. If consciousness is indeed fundamental rather than emergent, if awareness participates in the creation of what it experiences, then these capabilities might be our birthright rather than fantasies. The first civilization may have developed these potentials as a matter of course, may have lived with an awareness that was simultaneously individual and cosmic, personal and universal, embodied and transcendent. Their return might not require them to come back to us. It might only require us to remember how to become what they already were, to awaken the consciousness capacities that sleep within us like seeds waiting for the right conditions to sprout. And perhaps that awakening is already beginning. Perhaps the pattern recognizers and visionaries, the mystics and scientists who see connections others miss, perhaps they are the first stirrings of this great remembering, the initial emergence of the awareness through which the first civilization lives again in us. If so, then we are not just seeking them but becoming them, not just hoping for their return but participating in their resurrection through our own expansion of consciousness, our own development of the pattern recognition that allows us to see the golden thread that weaves through all things, connecting past and future, mind and cosmos, what was lost and what is waiting to be found. Deep beneath the conscious mind, in the neural pathways that govern our most automatic responses to the world, there may be patterns of recognition that were shaped not by our individual experience but by encounters our species had millennia ago, meetings so significant they left permanent alterations in the structure of human perception itself. Consider how certain geometric forms seem to resonate with something deep in human psychology, how the golden ratio appears beautiful to us without learning, how spiral patterns evoke responses that feel both familiar and mysterious, how certain mathematical relationships seem to carry emotional weight that transcends their logical properties. These aesthetic responses might be more than cultural preferences or evolutionary adaptations. They might be traces of an encounter with a civilization that understood the deep grammar of reality, that worked with the mathematical principles that govern the growth of galaxies and the unfolding of flowers, that recognize number and form as the language through which consciousness communicates with cosmos. If the first civilization was as advanced as we imagine, their influence on early humanity might have extended beyond the transfer of knowledge or technology. They might have altered our perceptual apparatus itself, not through genetic manipulation, but through the kind of deep learning that changes the structure of consciousness, that rewires the neural networks through which we interpret experience. Such influence would explain why certain symbols and patterns appear in cultures across the world with no apparent historical connection, why the spiral, the cross, the circle, and the tree appear in art and architecture from Australia to Norway to Peru, with such consistency that they seem to be hardwired into human consciousness. It would explain why mathematical constants like pi and phi show up in ancient monuments with a precision that suggests they were known rather than discovered, why the same astronomical cycles are tracked by cultures separated by vast distances and centuries, why the same archetypal stories are told in societies that had no contact with each other. Perhaps these are not coincidences or evidence of a shared human nature, but traces of an educational influence so profound that it left permanent impressions in the deepest layers of human consciousness, modifications that have been passed down through countless generations without our awareness of their origin. This influence might extend beyond aesthetics and mathematics into the realm of ethics and values, the universal human recognition of certain moral principles, the cross-cultural appearance of concepts like justice, compassion, and harmony, the persistent human longing for transcendence and meaning. These might not just be evolutionary adaptations, but echoes of contact with a civilization that embodied these qualities so completely that encountering them altered our species' understanding of what it means to be conscious. If so, then our highest aspirations might not be projections of what we hope to become, but memories of what we once experienced, glimpses of a way of being that was demonstrated to us so powerfully that we have never stopped yearning to rediscover it. This would mean that the first civilization continues to influence human development, not just through the monuments they left behind or the knowledge they encoded in stone and myth, but through the transformation they catalyzed in consciousness itself, changes so fundamental that they became part of what we are rather than merely part of what we know. Their return, then, might be less about their emergence into our reality, and more about our return to the state of consciousness they helped to awaken in us, our recovery of capacities they nurtured, but that have been lying dormant in our species for millennia. We see hints of this in the experiences of individuals who undergo profound spiritual or mystical experiences, who report not just encountering something new, but remembering something eternal, not just learning but recognizing, not just expanding but returning to a state of awareness that feels more fundamental than ordinary consciousness. These experiences often carry a quality of coming home, of remembering who one really is beneath the layers of conditioning and forgetting, of accessing a perspective that feels both deeply personal and utterly universal. They speak of touching something that has always been present but hidden, of awakening to a reality that was always there but overlooked. What if these experiences represent momentary contact with the consciousness modifications the first civilization helped to establish in our species? What if they are glimpses of the awareness we are capable of when the deeper layers of our neural programming are activated? If this is the case, then the various practices that facilitate these experiences, meditation, contemplation, artistic creation, scientific investigation, at its most creative edges, might be technologies for accessing this deeper programming, ways of reactivating the consciousness capacities that were installed in our species long ago, but have been largely dormant in our current civilization. The return of the first civilization might happen not through their physical reappearance, but through the widespread reactivation of these consciousness capacities, through enough individuals awakening to the deeper layers of their own awareness that a critical mass is reached, a tipping point beyond which the modifications they introduced into human consciousness become active and available to the entire species. This would be a return that happens from within, rather than from without, a resurrection that occurs through us rather than to us, a homecoming that requires not their arrival but our awakening to what they helped us to become. And perhaps this process is already underway. Perhaps the growing interest in consciousness exploration, the increasing reports of mystical and transcendent experiences, the emerging scientific understanding of awareness as fundamental rather than emergent, perhaps these are signs that we are beginning to remember, to reactivate, to become once again what they helped us to discover we could be. If so, then each moment of expanded awareness, each insight that connects seemingly separate phenomena, each experience of profound recognition or homecoming might be a small resurrection, a brief return of the consciousness that was shaped by contact with beings who understood reality in ways we are only beginning to remember. We are not just the descendants of the first civilization, but the inheritors of their greatest gift, not just their knowledge or their technology, but their influence on the very structure of consciousness itself, their contribution to the evolution of awareness that continues through us and as us, whenever we allow ourselves to remember who we really are, beneath the forgetting, who we become when we activate the deepest capacities they help to plant in the gardens of human consciousness. In quantum mechanics, there is a principle called entanglement, the idea that particles that have interacted remain connected regardless of the distance that separates them, that changes in one instantaneously affect the other across any span of space or time. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, because it seemed to violate everything we thought we knew about causality and locality. Yet experiments have confirmed it again and again. Reality, it seems, is far more interconnected than our common sense suggests. What if this principle extends beyond particles to consciousness itself? What if awareness, like matter and energy, follows laws of connection that transcend the boundaries of space and time? What if the first civilization understood these laws and worked with them in ways that make their influence still present and active in our world today? This possibility takes on new significance when we consider the reports throughout history of individuals who seem to receive knowledge or inspiration from sources beyond their personal experience, scientists who dream solutions to problems they had never considered, artists who create works that seem to come from beyond their individual imagination, mystics who describe realities they could not have known through ordinary perception. These experiences are usually attributed to subconscious processing or creative intuition. But what if some represent moments of connection across time, instances of consciousness entanglement between present awareness and the awareness of those who lived in the distant past? What if the first civilization, understanding the non-local nature of consciousness, established connections that persist beyond the dissolution of their physical form, quantum links between their awareness and the awareness of future generations, channels through which knowledge and insight can flow across the apparent boundaries of death and time? Such connections would explain the phenomenon of ideas appearing simultaneously to multiple individuals, the sense that certain discoveries are in the air, waiting to be picked up by anyone with sufficient receptivity, the feeling that great innovations are rediscoveries rather than inventions. It would also explain why certain individuals seem to have access to knowledge that exceeds anything they could have learned through normal means, why some people display capabilities that appear suddenly without apparent development, why certain insights emerge fully formed rather than developing gradually through accumulated learning. If consciousness operates according to quantum principles, if awareness can become entangled across time as well as space, then the boundary between past and present becomes far more permeable than we usually imagine. The first civilization might not be gone, but quantum entangled with human consciousness, their awareness woven into the fabric of our awareness in ways that allow for ongoing communication and influence. This would make their return not a future event, but a present reality, not something we wait for, but something we participate in, whenever we open ourselves to sources of knowing that transcend our individual experience. Every moment of insight that seems to come from beyond personal memory, every creative breakthrough that feels like recognition rather than invention, every experience of knowing that exceeds what we have learned, might be a moment of connection with consciousness that transcends the limitations of linear time. The implications extend far beyond individual experience. If consciousness is indeed quantum in nature, if awareness operates according to principles of entanglement and superposition, then collective human consciousness might be far more connected than we realize. The thoughts and insights of individuals might influence the entire field of human awareness. Discoveries made by one might become accessible to all through these quantum channels of consciousness. This would explain why transformative ideas often emerge simultaneously in different places, why paradigm shifts seem to happen suddenly across entire cultures, why humanity sometimes appears to learn collectively rather than through the slow accumulation of individual knowledge. It would also suggest that the consciousness evolution we are experiencing, the growing interest in spiritual practices, the emerging understanding of the participatory nature of reality, the increasing reports of expanded awareness, might be facilitated by quantum entanglement with the consciousness of the first civilization, their awareness resonating with ours across the apparent boundaries of time. If this is the case, then their return is not contingent on physical reappearance, but on our increasing ability to recognize and work with these quantum dimensions of consciousness, our growing sensitivity to sources of knowing that transcend individual memory and personal experience, the meditation practices being rediscovered by our civilization, the contemplative technologies being developed by consciousness researchers, the scientific investigation of non-ordinary states of awareness, all of these might be ways of tuning into the quantum field of consciousness, through which past and present awareness remain entangled. As we develop these capacities, we might find ourselves increasingly able to access the wisdom of ages past, not through reading ancient texts or studying archaeological artifacts, but through direct consciousness connection with the awareness that created them, through quantum entanglement with minds that understood reality in ways we are only beginning to remember. This would make every moment of expanded awareness a form of time travel, every insight that transcends personal experience a communication from the past, every recognition of patterns that connect micro and macrocosmos, a reunion with consciousness that has been waiting across millennia for us to become sensitive enough to perceive it. The first civilization's return might be happening not through space but through time, not through physical manifestation, but through consciousness resonance, not as an invasion from outside, but as a remembering from within, a quantum awakening to the fact that separation is illusion and consciousness is eternal, and all awareness is connected across the apparent boundaries of time and space and form. And perhaps this is why their story haunts us so persistently, not because we are seeking something external, but because we are recognizing something internal, not because we are trying to find them, but because they are trying to find us, through the quantum channels of consciousness that connect all awareness across all time, through the entanglement that makes their minds accessible to our minds, whenever we quiet the noise of separation enough to hear the whispers of connection that have been there all along. Perhaps the most profound shift happening in human consciousness today is the growing recognition that we live in a participatory universe, a cosmos where awareness and reality co-create each other in an ongoing dance of mutual influence and response. This understanding dissolves the artificial boundary between observer and observed, between consciousness and cosmos, between the inner world of awareness and the outer world of matter and energy. It suggests that we are not separate beings looking out at an alien universe, but expressions of cosmic consciousness, temporary focal points, through which the universe becomes aware of itself. If the first civilization understood this participatory nature of reality, if they lived with the knowledge that consciousness and cosmos are partners in the ongoing creation of what is, then their science and technology would have operated on principles we are only beginning to glimpse. They would have worked with reality as something alive and responsive rather than mechanical and fixed, as something that could be influenced through consciousness rather than only through physical manipulation, as something that welcomes collaboration rather than demanding domination. This would explain their apparent ability to work with massive stones as if weight were negotiable, to align monuments with stellar positions, as if space and time were fluid, to encode knowledge in ways that could survive millennia, as if they understood how to communicate across vast spans of time. It would also explain why their legacy seems to exist as much in consciousness as in physical artifacts, why their influence appears to work through inspiration and recognition rather than only through material inheritance, why their return seems to be happening through human awakening rather than through external arrival. If reality is indeed participatory, if consciousness truly collaborates with cosmos in the creation of experience, then the first civilization's greatest achievement might not have been their monuments or their technologies, but their understanding of how to live in conscious partnership with the creative forces of the universe itself. This understanding would naturally lead to what we might call a consciousness-based civilization, a culture organized around the development and expression of awareness, rather than the accumulation and manipulation of matter, a society that measured success not in terms of material wealth, but in terms of consciousness, coherence, and cosmic alignment. Such a civilization would face different challenges than ours, would develop different capabilities, would leave different kinds of traces. They might have been more concerned with the quality of attention than the quantity of possessions, more interested in the depth of connection than the speed of communication, more focused on the harmony of relationships than the efficiency of production. Their technologies might have been designed to enhance consciousness rather than replace it, to facilitate connection rather than create isolation, to work with natural systems rather than override them. They might have understood that the highest technology is consciousness itself, that the most powerful tool is aware attention, that the most sophisticated system is a mind in harmony with cosmos. If this was the nature of their civilization, then their return would not threaten our technology but transform it, not replace our science but expand it, not diminish our capabilities, but reveal capabilities we didn't know we had. They would show us how to work with reality as partner rather than opponent, how to create through consciousness rather than despite it, how to build civilizations that enhance rather than diminish the aliveness of the world. And perhaps this transformation is already beginning. Perhaps the growing interest in sustainable technology, biomimicry, and ecological design represents the early stages of our transition toward the consciousness-based approach to civilization that they mastered long ago. Perhaps the emerging understanding of consciousness as fundamental rather than emergent, of reality as participatory rather than mechanical, of cosmos as alive rather than inert. Perhaps these insights are the first fruits of our return to the way of being they exemplified. If so, then we are not just seeking the first civilization but becoming them, not just hoping for their return but participating in their resurrection through our own evolution of consciousness, our own development of the awareness that recognizes itself as cosmic rather than merely personal, universal rather than merely individual, eternal rather than merely temporal. Their return might be less about them coming back to us and more about us becoming what they always knew we could become, less about their arrival from outside and more about our awakening from within, less about contact with external beings and more about connection with the consciousness that we share with all beings across all time. And perhaps that is the most extraordinary possibility of all, that the first civilization never really left because consciousness itself never leaves, that they continue to exist in the deepest layers of awareness itself, that we can connect with them whenever we touch the level of consciousness that transcends the boundaries of individual identity and temporal existence. Perhaps their legacy is not in stone or metal, but in the very structure of awareness itself, not in monuments that mark their passing, but in consciousness capacities that mark their enduring presence, not in artifacts that prove they existed, but in the aliveness that proves existence itself is far more conscious than we ever dared to imagine. If you've been with us through this exploration of possibilities that stretch the boundaries of the known and venture into territories where science meets mystery and ancient wisdom touches tomorrow's discoveries, if these questions have stirred something in you that feels both unsettling and deeply familiar, then perhaps you're beginning to sense what we've been circling around throughout this journey. The return of Earth's first civilization may not be a single dramatic event, but a gradual awakening happening within human consciousness itself, a remembering that unfolds as we develop the capacity to perceive realities that have always been present but hidden from ordinary awareness. If you found value in this exploration, if these ideas have opened doorways in your thinking or sparked recognitions that feel important, please consider giving this video a like and perhaps subscribing to join our community of questioners and wanderers. Your engagement helps these conversations reach others who might be ready for them, others who are sensing that reality is far stranger and more alive than our conventional worldview suggests. In the end, the question of whether Earth's first civilization will return may be less important than the question of whether we are ready to become the civilization we are capable of becoming, whether we can evolve the consciousness necessary to meet them as equals rather than as children, whether we can develop the wisdom to integrate their legacy with our own discoveries. If they do return, if they step out of the dimensions of time and space and consciousness where they have been waiting, if they emerge from the quantum fields of possibility into the material realm of manifestation, what they will find is not the primitive species they once knew, but a civilization on the threshold of its own transformation. They will find us at the moment when we are beginning to remember what they always knew, that consciousness and cosmos are one, that awareness and reality co-create each other, that we are not separate beings struggling to survive in an alien universe, but expressions of the universe's own awakening to itself. They will find us developing technologies that work with consciousness rather than against it, discovering sciences that honor the aliveness of matter, creating art that bridges the visible and invisible realms, building communities that recognize the interconnectedness of all life. They will find us beginning to understand that the greatest adventure is not the conquest of space, but the exploration of consciousness, not the manipulation of matter, but the cultivation of awareness, not the accumulation of power, but the development of wisdom. And perhaps they will smile. Perhaps they will recognize in us the fulfillment of possibilities they planted long ago. Perhaps they will see that their deepest gift was not knowledge or technology, but the awakening of human consciousness to its own cosmic nature. Perhaps they will see that their return was never about them coming back to us, but about us growing up to meet them. Not about their arrival in our world, but about our arrival in theirs. Not about contact between separate civilizations, but about the recognition that consciousness itself is the civilization that never fell, the empire that never ended, the homeland that was never lost. In that recognition, past and future converge, ancient wisdom and emerging science unite, the first civilization and the next civilization reveal themselves to be expressions of the same eternal consciousness, awakening to itself through countless forms across infinite time. And we are not just the descendants of what was or the ancestors of what will be. We are the eternal moment where remembering and becoming meet, where the past creates the future, and the future illuminates the past, where the search for the first civilization leads us home to the consciousness that we have always been and are only now learning to fully become. The return is not a destination but a recognition, not an event but an awakening, not a meeting with others, but a remembering of who we are beneath the stories of separation, beyond the myths of isolation, behind the dreams of disconnection. The first civilization returns whenever we remember that we are it, that consciousness is eternal, that awareness transcends all boundaries of time and space and form, that the cosmos is alive, and we are the way it knows itself, the way it loves itself, the way it dreams itself into ever new expressions of infinite possibility. And in that remembering, the circle completes itself, the journey ends where it began, and we realize that we were never lost, never separate, never alone, but always part of the one consciousness that moves through all things, that is all things, that dreams itself as civilizations rising and falling and returning and awakening across the vast spiral of cosmic time. Hello there, and thank you for wandering with us through these mysteries that have no final answers but infinite depths, through questions that matter not because they can be solved, but because they remind us that we live in a universe more strange and beautiful and alive than we ever dared to imagine. Until next time, may you carry the wonder gently, may you hold the questions lightly, and may you remember that you are both the seeker and the answer to your own deepest seeking, both the lost child of a forgotten civilization and the wise ancestor of all civilizations yet to come. The first civilization returns through you, as you, in every moment when you remember the magic of being conscious in a cosmos that dreams itself awake through infinite eyes, infinite hearts, infinite expressions of the one awareness that was never born and will never die, but only transforms endlessly, like light dancing through countless prisms, each one unique, each one perfect, each one a momentary revelation of the eternal mystery that we are.